Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? Can everybody hear me? Let me know if the audio is okay. Anthony Zena's in the house. John Harper is in the house. Caesar is in the house. Craig is in the house. Osterberg, what's up, Craig? Bobby is in the house. Can you guys hear me or not? Just let me know if my audio is okay. Audio's okay? All right. How you guys doing tonight? Brass tacks. All right. I wanted to say hello. For any of you guys that we'll let more people come in. If you've ever watched me live stream before, solo is what this is it's a community stream, meaning all I really do with my live streams, it's about you guys as a community. So what I spend most of the time doing is talking about pretty much anything that you want to talk about. And I basically read a lot of your comments. Things like super chats are not necessary. I will read your comments. I will answer your questions. This is really more for me to say hi to you guys and see how you guys are doing. So for me, that's all these live streams is basically having a little drink, see how you guys are doing, and just catch up with the community, because I think we have one of the best communities out there in YouTube. Let's see if I can get the camera here so I'm actually looking at you guys. Now you'll see me looking at the comments. But while you guys are in here, those of you that are in the chat already, let's go up. Anthony Zena, my boy. Anthony, hope all is well, brother. Hope your health is well. John Hooper in Vienna. Caesar. Craig Osterberg. Craig is one of the most positive guys out there, watches all the videos, says thank you, says hello. Bobby, what is up? Tempo, long time. Alexander Fleener, what's up, Alexander? Bobby Stockart already said what's up to you. Brass Tacks is a close personal friend. Those of you that know, Brass Tacks has a YouTube channel. He's also a producer. Put some pressure on him. I'm trying to get him to jump back on YouTube and get to where we can make some content together. And he's also like my video game friend at this moment. We're going to talk about some gaming today as well, where the status of gaming is. And let's see. All right. So Alexander Prodness, top of the morning. How are you? Zig, how you doing? Alexander, as I said. Anthony, doing good. Anthony's still hitting it, huh? Nice, Anthony. I cannot get my routine back and check, my friend. It's hard. Woody, what's up, my friend? Damon, how's it going? At this moment, I know, right? Now, I'm not saying Mustafi and his boy. I'm just saying, how gaming is. Tomek, long time no see, my friend. Tomek from Poland. Now, guys, as I mentioned, our live streams are more casual. They are more of us just hanging out. I miss you guys. I have not done a live stream by myself without another YouTuber in quite some time. And honestly, as much as I love collaborating, I do prefer doing them myself. I do prefer being on here alone. I can talk for hours, and I will talk for hours. But my goal, again, is to connect with you guys. And it's really about spending, time with you guys. Review the tube. What's up, Mike? How you doing, my friend? I've not talked to you in a minute. Bobby, what's going on? Let's see. Bobby, little background on me. I've been following you since 2019. I ended up purchasing a 950H at Value Electronics and helped me with Bob. Bobby, I hope you like the panel. I mean, I like the 950H a lot. And, I'm glad that Robert took good care of you. And also, guys, my live streams, again, are more about us talking, whatever you want to talk about, gaming, movies, TVs, but I'm not really doing like a Black Friday, what's on sale event. That's not my thing. But I'll be happy to ask you or answer any questions you guys have on display technology or anything that's out there. We're going to share some of my thoughts about where I think we are in gaming, in movies, the latest video games that have been out. And Brass, you'll see him in the comments talking about it, struggling with some of the newer titles. state of the consoles right now. Where I feel they are. I know they're really hard for a lot of you to still get, which is something we can also talk about as well. Jens, how are you? Tempo. I hope you guys like the beta testing satire. Tempo, what's up? It was it's there's a lot that I want to do on YouTube. I have a career outside of this. Obviously, I have kids and a family. I don't get to do anywhere near as much content as I'd like. But guys, I have I could do content every day. I do. We'll talk a little bit more about other YouTubers and how crowded it's getting out there. And we'll talk a little bit about that later if you guys have any curiosities about that. But me creatively, I could do these all day. And other than just TVs, a lot I'd love to speak about, like I said, movies, animation, just life. But, for you guys, the reason why I like to do these is really to check in and to see how you guys are doing. I mean, it's been a few years that we've been going through this craziness, and I hope all of you are okay. I hope all of you are mentally okay. I know it's been really rough. It's been rough on everyone out there, but I hope you guys watching things that you're watching as far as content are bringing you some kind of pleasure or calm. So we'll get through some of these questions. Brass said it's the beta year for gaming. Anthony Zena, I've still got the 950H in my guest room. Got the Samsung QN85A. What's funny, Anthony, is the Q85A, the QN85A. When I'm in the store, that TV catches my eye almost faster than any other. It's just very vibrant. And I'm like, wow, okay, that's a nice panel. So I'm glad you were loving it. I know you had a couple OLEDs that you got rid of. I'm glad you found one that you have liked, and I'm glad your health is better. I know you were struggling for a while there, bro. David Whalen. Now, David, I want to shout David out really quick. David has been through several panels. And for those of you that have followed the channel for a while, and have known me since I started, that I went through a stretch of like 11 panels. Now, some of those were the same ones. They were just defective after defective. And it seemed like every time I purchased a panel, it just got worse and worse. And it would be a cracked screen or a broken screen. And if you've never been through it, I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible because it's mixing your expectations of something you're really, really excited about. And as David has been on a lot of our channels and in a lot of our chats, I know his excitement is being ramped up every time, especially we talk about how amazing this is, how amazing that is, and then to only have it delivered and have it either be broken or have some issues. So special shout out and much love to David. I know you were definitely having an issue with this. Just do me a favor, try not to let it ruin it for you. I know it's a challenge. I know it's easy for me to say, but I've been there, and it can put you in a bad place because it's something that you're trying to do to relax, and it's supposed to be a pleasurable experience, not a bad one. So David, much love to you, and please keep in touch and let me know what you end up with. And I think your last one was either a C1, I think you brought back. Zig just got a Series X. Wow, what an upgrade from the Xbox S. Yeah, it is a really nice upgrade. I hope you're enjoying the Series X. It's out of the two consoles, Series X is the one that I use the most, but it's also the one that reminds me the most of a PC. So I'd love to see some more exclusives on those consoles. I'd love to also see, I know I'm really stretching and asking for a lot here, I'd love to see some 4K 60. I'd love to see some of what they promised us. We had a lot of talks about 8K. Brass and I were talking about that today. There's no shot in the universe these consoles will do that, let alone just 4K 60. I mean, native 60. So we'll talk about that as well, but I want to get a feel for how you guys are doing real quick. Let's see. Brian, we have to get into 2022 TV predictions. Absolutely. I will get into that as well. Again, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the satire video. Some of you guys actually thought that I had a real job in gaming. But in reality, it's for me, it's we'll talk. Keep it classy's in the chat. What's up, Classy? How are you? Tony Beckett, what's up, Tony? How's it going, my friend? You're welcome, David. We got to keep, my channel, and I struggle with this because it's not the way I always am outside of YouTube. Is the last thing I want to do is come on here and make you guys feel bad. or tell you anything sucks or anything is this or anything is that. Sometimes I have to kind of go at it and say that I'm struggling with this, like this issue we've had with the C1 and the G1, and I have to be able to come out with that. But I'm not real pleased with the state of gaming right now. I'm not, there's a lot to talk about with that, and I'll get into that. But I want to just keep saying hello. Let's see, Craig Osterberg out west. It's UCLA. Some college football at the half. Nice. How are you liking the NVIDIA Shield, Craig? Because I'm kind of looking between that and just an Apple TV. It's ridiculous. I know you guys will think this, but I cannot wait to take this thing offline. I really don't want my panel updating at all. I'm not paranoid. I just do not want anybody changing what I have already. Let's see. MBJ 920, how you doing? Let's see. Frank Mathis. Well, okay, my 65-inch CX is getting a burn-in across the bottom of the screen. I'm going to have to use the warranty. I'm thinking a 77-inch Sony A80J. Always had LG since the EC. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had burn-in. Let me know what your usage is, because I've had no issues with C9, CX, or the C1. So I'd love to know what your usage was. And at times when you use the warranty with LG, the reason they are so good about covering that is that may have been a defective panel. If they burn in rather quickly, you'll see Brass Tacks in the chat. Brass has like 4,000 hours on his CX at 77, and he works it hard. A lot of usage. I mean, gaming, he leaves it on all the time, and he's had not one issue. So I'm sorry. I think it's a very random thing, but I personally like the A80 a lot. Between the two panels, I really enjoy the Sony A80J, probably more for when I'm watching something. I don't even touch the settings, where with my C1 and even my CX, I kind of felt like a lot that I had to change the settings for what I wanted to watch. I would go between, filmmaker mode to standard to cinema, where with the Sony A80J, I just kind of leave it. And the processing of that panel is really that good. Picture quality wise, they're very, very close. Obviously, you give everything edge wise, game wise, in regards to the LG, but the Sony, there's just something about that processing, just something about the way it looks, especially for low bit content. I mean, it really does look amazing. Andrew, loving my 83-inch C1 with the QC calibration from Value Electronics. Also, Andrew, I hope they took good care of you. I hope you had a really nice experience. Love Robert and Wendy and Leanne. You guys will actually see a video that I did the other day that is on the X92, the 100-inch, which is massive. I mean, this is the 83 C1 that I'm really far ahead of, but I'm telling you, the 100-inch is absolutely amazing. And just the fact that it's 100 inches is insane. I mean, really, really beautiful TV. And we'll see the QN90A next week, I believe, the Samsung 98-inch, I believe. And then we'll see the LG next year, which I'm going to try and actually get my hands on and have in here, which is insane. Okay. There's the only problem with me reading comments is when I read the comments. Let's see. So Frank, back to what we were saying. I like the A80J. It does have a little more image retention, but that goes away. But very, very stunning. Andre Next Gen, how you doing, my friend? Tony likes the Apple TV. Classy likes the NVIDIA Shield. Woody, what's happening, my friend? He loves the Apple. Brass loves the Apple too. Craig, it's very fast. Yeah, Anthony, I just keep them offline. I don't want, especially with Samsung. Samsung is just all about like, whoop. There you go. Extreme Tech Guy. I have the 100-inch Sony. It's amazing. Definitely do a review. Extreme Tech Guy. What I love about, that's awesome that you actually have it, by the way. It's a very expensive panel, but as much as it's expensive, I think Extreme, if you actually have one of those, if you really think about what it is, it's not that expensive. I mean, you have the 4 handles on it. It weighs about 200 pounds. And for those of you that think that the X92 is an X90J, it isn't. It's, to me, it's almost like a Z9J, but 4K. I don't know why Sony decided to name it the X92, because a lot of us assumed it was an X90, but it's very, very bright. So I hope you're absolutely loving it. Bravo for you having that. TV's bigger than mine. Corey Melvin, is TCL really coming out with a 100-inch OLED for around 2000? Something about, I highly doubt that. I mean, I would think that is virtually impossible. And I'll tell you guys, for me, when it comes to me being a gamer for years, E3 predictions, I really don't put much into it. I've been waiting for micro LED for 5 years. So as far as OLEDs being 100-inch at that size, unless it's 1080p and not true OLED, I highly doubt it, Corey. And if it is, I'm not sure it would be any good. The Good Sherman, do you think LG will bring a heatsink next year? Yes, I'm nearly positive you'll see one probably on the G1 next year. You may only see it on the larger sizes, but you'll see. I'm pretty certain you'll see one next year from LG. And my theory with that, and I have no inside information, is I feel like LG had kind of an exclusivity agreement with Sony. Let Sony have the heatsink on the. I mean, they give them the panels, so let Sony have the heatsink for a year, and then they're going to run wild with one the next year. And to be honest, guys, the C1 is behind me at 83 inches. There's not one moment where I think it needs to be brighter. If anything, I wish it had. And this is a lot to do with the content that we watch and the games that we play. The games have this hazy habit lately, even with Forza and Vanguard, Deathloop. They have this hazy blue way that they show black levels now, kind of like Resident Evil 2. I rather make it black, because on OLEDs and even LEDs, a lot of the banding you see is on this 5%, this gray, this light blue. And for me, it's very distracting. And I wish the TVs were actually darker. I rather have crushed blacks than anything washed out, but that's just me. All right, let's go. Let's see. Hey, Brian, Andre Next Gen. Just bought the 75-inch QN90A. Nice, bro. What do you think about the blacks? To me, for an LEDs, I do like the QN90A. I think it's probably one of the best panels this year. And I do think that the black level is phenomenal. Samsung, definitely. That and the Q85, which is the one that Anthony has. Really shocked. The Q85, as long as you're dead center, it's very vibrant. The black level is very good. The Q90A, I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was a great panel, which is why I think you're seeing. I think that's why you'll see the larger size of that come out. Is that it is their flagship, and it's a shame, not a shame, Andre, but it's going to go into our 8K conversation. That Samsung is still keeping their flagship 4K panel still almost better than their 8K panel. So you should hold on to it. It's excellent. I think the black level is very, very good. Let's see. Corey Melvin, FOMO and B, we're talking about the yeah, I don't know, man. I don't speculate. Those guys love to run wild with things they read here and there. To me, we'll see it if it ever comes out. I'm not sure I would want that, to be honest. OLEDs need to be handled with care. They need to be produced with care, manufactured with care. Something from TCL, Vizio, and Hisense. They're hit and miss with their manufacturing. I would not trust a 100-inch OLED, nor would I want one from them. No way. Let's see. Craig, is the frame TV just a gimmick? Yes, it is. It's fine for what it is. It's not the best panel out there, but you are definitely paying for the aesthetic. And I know plenty of people that love them. But, Craig, for most of the people that are out there, other than the ones that you see in our videos and, watching our channel, aren't really picture enthusiasts. They're just basically turning the TV on, watching it. And for that, it's absolutely fine. But I'm not a huge fan of paying extra for that. But if you like watching TV in your living room and you want to have that aesthetic, they definitely are very nice. But it's not something I would ever purchase. Anthony, yes, Call of Duty. Right now the Vanguard, its blacks are I mean, I have the game optimizer, and I drop my blacks way down. I actually don't like the aesthetic, but it's been the way this HDR has been presented in the last few years. Is let's wash it out instead of creating these specular highlights. So I find that even in Forza, the picture can be too bright and too washed out, and I'm just not a fan of the aesthetic. I just give me, a few. Even on PC, when I play on PC without HDR, it's amazing how the contrast is like boom. It's just give me black, give me the brights, and don't try to make things look too crazy. All right. Rachel Dempster, what is up? Rachel, you don't have to do super chats. Thank you so much. That is very sweet of you, Rachel. But for those of you in the comments, if I miss your question, just re-put it in. I don't really need the super chat thing is such a sweet gesture. I really appreciate that, but it's not necessary. So Rachel's just being very, very sweet, but don't feel like you have to do that. Rachel, I am finally off. Rachel's been working crazy. Rachel is in the wellness, health and wellness, and her and her spouse do amazing work. I'm finally off. I'm giving firmware update a miss. Heard it can affect your brightness. What about the next update? Should I give that a miss? I got my C1. My advice for all you guys, if you can avoid just updating your panels unless you have a need, as many of you have had with the HDCP issue, I don't update them at all. I mean, I know it's annoying to keep saying no, but I don't want them doing anything to my panel. So I would just, Rachel, I know it's a pain, but I would just ignore them until who does a lot of deep dives on those is Tech Giant, who has got a really nice channel too, and he does a deep dive. But I would definitely go through that. Used to be a lot of OS, operating system stuff. Now they're affecting picture quality. I'm sure if they do affect the brightness, Rachel, they'll go back and fix it. But I don't trust any of the companies. Not in a conspiracy way, just in a common sense that the more they screw with things with updates, the more they hurt. You see that with gaming. They fix one thing, they undo another. But Rachel, so very kind of you. Tell your spouse I said hello, and I hope you're loving your C1. I think you had a sound bar from LG as well from Robert, and I hope your experience with Robert was great. Again, if I miss you guys here, just please resubmit your question. We usually go for a couple hours, so don't worry about me. And there's no way, unless you have a toxic comment, I'll definitely read it. Harrison, this is a great question. Do you think the A90J is worth the price premium if gaming is not a concern? I think the A90J is great with gaming as well. Again, I have the A80J. I have no problems gaming with it. I actually enjoy gaming with it a great deal. I do also like the settings on I do like the settings on Sony. I love live color. I love the way they handle their image quality and their processing. So what makes me think the A90J is worth it is its design. It's a master series, that extra little bit of peak brightness, that specular highlights. I do think it's the best panel by a lot this year, or at least by a pretty wide margin. And the reason why I think it's worth it, Harrison, is that Sony does not take that label lightly. You won't see another one, at least another Master Series. They usually go every couple. I can't guarantee they won't do one next year, but they do treat that as the, hey, don't ask about the price. That's their prestigious brand. And if you go back to the Z9D, the Z9G, the Z9F is considered a miss, but still a very popular panel and probably an underrated panel as well. The Z9F was also very good. They do like keeping those separate, and I do think they're worth the premium if you have the money. I think it is, what's a good value is pretty much your finances, but I do think it's worth it. I had the opportunity to get one in here, but I do really like, I'm a PC gamer, so I do need G-Sync. I do need all of the things that gaming offers me. So that's why I went with it. But for overall picture quality, I choose the A90J over everything else this year. The only panel I would choose over the A90J is the LG ZX, which is $30,000. All right, here we go. Let's see. Sterling, can you tell the difference between gaming on the C1 and the A80J? It's a great question, Sterling. Not really. I mean, I do even... Does it feel a little bit more responsive? It's hard to tell. I think it's more of a placebo, honestly. I do like the game optimizer and the ability to change. I make them darker. I turn the black area, make it darker than brighter, but I wouldn't say it's night and day. I would say where you are going to see a difference, Sterling, is when these games become more taxing, and then VRR is necessary. But right now, I don't see a huge difference. And I haven't had any issues with the 80J getting dim on me. I know David Whalen had a lot of issues with that. I haven't. I'm not sensitive to it either, and I don't really look for it, but I think it's fine. I think it's excellent, actually. Let's see. Corey Melvin finally got an update for the VRR. Don't want to update because the local dimming may suffer. I would definitely not update the 900H. Local dimming is the most important feature for an LED, and that's what makes things a little nervous with what we're doing with the gaming. We saw this with the Q90R a few years ago, where they went in and they changed the local dimming. You cannot, even if you say enable it on high, they don't care. They'll just override you. So for me, in regards to local dimming with LEDs, excuse me, I would never update them until it is definitely planned. I should say also thoroughly researched. So Corey, hang in there, and you don't even need it. VRR, I turn mine off on the C1 sometimes. I don't even notice the difference. So we're not really at that point of really needing it. All right. My pleasure, Harrison. And Harrison, again, only you can determine value. And I hear this a lot in the comments, and I'll address the comments in our videos. You guys know me, I'm very active in the comments. I'm also a bouncer in the comments. I detest toxicity. But this mine is better than yours. Yours sucks. That immediately gets me fired up. But to say the 890J is not a good deal better, it is a gorgeous, gorgeous panel. But if you talk about horsepower in cars or this bit of brightness, only you can determine if that's a good value, I think. And got to keep in mind also, Harrison, that 83 or 77 inch OLEDs when the C8 launched were about $12,000 to $13,000. I've spent at least 10 to 11,000 on 75 inch LEDs. So that's what I would say. But if you have, I wouldn't, break the bank. But if you have it, do it. So we got 68 people in here, which is pretty impressive. I'm always impressed anybody watches these, to be honest, considering that I just get on. But I really appreciate it. Thanks for jumping in and hanging out with me. Let's see. Tempo, super chat. Again, not necessary. Really appreciate it. Very nice of you. Hey, Brian, notice my 8077 inch. The bottom bezel is slightly larger than the top bezel, such that black bars appear larger on the bottom than the top. Have you noticed this on yours? You mean the actual bezel is slightly larger? You mean like it looks like the panel has slid a little bit? All right. Let me you know what, Tempo, when I take a bathroom break, which I definitely will, I will definitely check. But I don't I mean, yeah, it's not like, put a little more into that comment for me. You notice the bezel is bent or anything, or is it just you're just seeing that? Just kind of explain to me what you're seeing. Thank you for the super chat. Very nice of you, by the way. Let's go back. Yeah, Woody, important Vanguard graphical setting is the Fidelity FX cast on. Yeah, there's a sharpness setting that always turns itself off. Every time you turn the game off, you turn it back on. It does make a big difference. What I will say to you guys, what bothers me about these games now is for me to have to choose, well, not COD, because COD's 120 runs smoothly, but to have these games now, their graphical fidelity setting should be 60. And then your performance should be 120. 30 is fine. Just make it a smooth 30. I don't find the Forza, and even the Halo 60 to be, I think it's choppy. So they need to smooth that out. 30 doesn't have to be choppy. Just make it smooth. I feel that with VRR. But a lot of us really have to have, these consoles, I have a video coming out on this. You're pushing everybody to 8K, and these consoles cannot do 4K native. And I'm talking about no DLSS up conversion, dynamic res. I'm talking about 4K native. Because I'll tell you guys that are having screen uniformity issues, a lot of that is the source. A lot of that is this, the way that they're cutting the resolution in half, the way they're doing, checkerboard rendering. You take that and you compare it to the screen, you'll be surprised at how much that matches up and gives you some of those hexagon type, problems. So they really need to clean that up. Give me 4K 60. This was supposed to be a 4K 8K machine. I want 4K 60. I don't want to hear that. I'm gonna get a little rambunctious. I don't want to hear last gen is holding you back, because if you're a graphics card PC user, resolution doesn't have to be tied to textures or bit mapping or anything. Just make the resolution higher for the more powerful machine. That's all you got to do. I don't want to see as much popping as I'm seeing. The anti-aliasing solutions are not great. Far Cry 6 looks pretty muddy. Far Cry 3 for me on PC was cleaner than Far Cry 6. Is that whatever one we're on? So I'm not even playing Far Cry 6. I know it's got to get a next gen update at some point. So we'll get back to that. But right now gaming's in a really weird place for me. I thought that absolutely, Sterling. I thought that for me, I thought that 4K 60 was the bar, and they were talking about 8K. They were talking about all that, and it just it's not coming, guys. I had the QN900A here, and I used 8K on my graphics card, and I had it at like 20 FPS, but I just looked at it. Yes, it's very, very clean, but it's so far away. 3090, they're doing 4K 60. I don't know if everybody got distracted with ray tracing, but we're not going to see 8K. These consoles cannot do it, and it's a shame, because the TV technology is always so far ahead, and we don't even have the technology to come up with. Let's see. All right, tempo. Anthony, I do have pixel shift on. Yeah, but that shouldn't make you feel like the bezel's a different size. Oh, David right there confirmed tempo. The bottom bezel was always thicker. Isn't that funny though? David is like, tempo's in that spot too, where he's like, what the hell? All right, cool. You feel better, bro? I mean, I know we pixel peep, low to high. What's up? I know. Low to high, I know, I get that. And I did a video before the consoles even launched, calming people down about HDMI 2.1 was, you had to get them. You had to upgrade your panel. And I've said, if you had HDMI 2.0, you're absolutely fine. There's only one game that you need HDMI 2.1, which is the Ratchet and Clank, to do this fidelity mode, which is 40 FPS. Other than that, you guys are covered at 4K 60. I just feel that, and I hate to say that these consoles are underpowered, but being somebody who's played 4K 60 for the last few years, to now see these consoles, they look better than ever, don't get me wrong, and I love them both. But I really don't want to see any popping. I really don't want to see, I want a better anti-aliasing solution. I think Halo looks just okay. The multiplayer is just okay. Battlefield looks tremendous, but is a hot mess right now. And full HD, what's up, my friend? 30 FPS is fine too. All I ask for 30 FPS is smooth. What I'm seeing with a lot of these is this like choppy, and that's with VRR. And I've tried everything. I disabled VRR, I've disabled all that stuff. So, we'll talk about that too. I gotta go back up. All right. Again, Tempo, thank you so much. Tempo, you don't have to do a super chat to get a question answered. And if I missed you on YouTube, I'm not able to be in the comments as much, not because I'm this busy YouTuber. It's because just a busy life like many of you guys. And then for those of you that don't know me, YouTube is just a very part-time thing for me. I'm not trying to be famous or anything. Oh, Chris Tostin, if you're still out there. Hey, what's up, Whisper? I love your content. I have a quick question. Calibrating your TV has become more and more popular nowadays. I have the 55-inch A90. Is it necessary to calibrate your TV? It's not necessary. And it's not more popular than it's ever been. It's actually, I know it sounds that way, Chris, because you're watching a lot of us. Calibrating TVs was much more popular with plasmas and 1080p TVs. It was a huge business. We have very few actual calibrators out there. If they, it is, there is a value to it, no doubt, but it's not a settings thing, Chris. It's really about getting the actual panel to be accurate versus somebody says they're going to share calibration settings with you. Those are just picture settings. That's not you need some equipment to calibrate these. But with the Master Series, it is so good out of the box, and it's basically calibrated at the factory. You're absolutely fine. So hopefully that answers your question. All right, Tyler. What's up, Tyler? Love your content and appreciate your kind responses to my questions. Set up the 85-inch X95J and about to watch a movie with. That's what it's all about, Tyler. I hope you're still in here, or you just went and watched TV with your kids. It is a lot larger than 75 inches, obviously, but I'm glad you're loving it. I mean, it's that's all I want for any one of you. I honestly don't care what you buy. If you tell me you bought this, or hey, I have an older 1080p, that's all I care about. Is for you guys to be happy with what you guys watch. Let's see, AJ WTF, what's up, my friend? Just signed up for Disney Plus. Is there any hidden gems to look out? There's no really hidden gems. There's a lot of really beautiful content. The THX mode is gorgeous. You know, seeing the full screen. Just rock anything Marvel. They look phenomenal. That's where I would go with it. You know, even Mulan, the Disney stuff like that looks phenomenal. But having THX, was it THX Plus, I think it's called, is phenomenal. Craig, which movie? I still go with Pacific Rim, Gemini Man, recent films. Doctor Sleep looks phenomenal. And actually, the show that I thought was very good, I don't know if it was good, but it was Midnight Mass. Had tremendous picture quality and excellent sound. Was a really good show. Disney, Amazon, a lot of these guys. I wish HBO Max had more 4K content. They need to. I spoke to one of the HBO guys at the shootout, and that's what I said. I have one complaint about HBO Max is you'll have like a King Kong Godzilla in 4K, and then all the other Godzilla stuff will be 1080p, and they really got to get better with that. Let's see. Andre, next gen. I love my PlayStation 5. Do you think Sony will ever do an update? Yes. Yeah, they will absolutely do one. There is one obviously in the works. Again, I do not think it's something. I mean, I thought it was super important simply because they promised it. But do I think it's necessary especially if you have a PS5? It's not necessary at all. The PS5 plays perfectly well with the Sony panels. The problem I have with Sony was simply you promised it. That's the only issue I have. If they ever said it's not coming, then it would be a non-issue. But they definitely have to get it done. Let's see. The W podcast, something up with the video. Don't know what you mean by that. But that's the camera. I apologize. Is anyone else having any video issues with me talking or anything? Let's see. Rachel's got a 2022 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon. Nice. Well, you know, I'm a Jeep person. I have a Jeep. I'm the one with the Decepticon symbol on it, Rachel. So you better wave to me. When's the completion date coming in, Rachel? Yeah, Extreme Tech guy. I personally think I haven't not counted the zones yet. But we're actually not going to do that. We're actually going to when Robert calibrates it. I'll put out that video probably Monday. When he calibrates it, we'll actually have a definite count. Not a big fan of counting all the zones, but I'll definitely let you know what it is. Yeah, my camera's doing. I'll tell you with these, there are all kinds of settings with these cameras, but the minute you mess with them, at times it'll just end the stream. So you're gonna have to deal with me not looking great. I don't look great anyway right now. So micro LED full HD, I'm not going to talk about it because micro LED right now is just vaporware. Samsung is also not doing their 75-inch micro LEDs, and the reason why it's doing that is because the TV is behind me. So we can shut that off. Maybe that'll help. Is micro LED, we've been waiting for it forever. It's just not something that's coming anytime soon. It just isn't. Samsung will have actually micro LEDs, I believe, in next year, but they're going to be expensive as hell. They're not going to be consumer friendly. There's been micro LEDs for years, but again, they're more for corporate applications. They're not for consumers. And I don't waste time talking about corporate. I talk about what you and I can buy and have at home. Oh, Don Yoshimito, he definitely confirmed the wider bezel. Mustafa Dermaz, hi brother, I have a 75-inch X90H and I love it, but picture looks soft even 4K at this size. Is going 8K solution for this kind of issue? That is an excellent question. What I think, Mustafa, it isn't really that the 75-inch is too soft. It's the fact that maybe you're not used to 75. It's going to appear soft if you're used to a smaller panel. But having an 8K panel isn't going to help with that without 8K content. And what I mean by that is is upscaling is not a perfect thing, and typically native 4K content looks better at 4K. A native 1080p plasma looks better than a 4K TV doing 1080p, if that makes sense. Whenever you upconvert, like I was watching 300 on my Samsung QN900R, and that movie has this filter that Zack Snyder likes to use. On the Samsung, even in a cinema mode, even in its accurate mode, those grain pieces were sparkly. So the up conversion, the false pixels they put into up conversion to make up the image is never going to look as good as native. So 8K content will look phenomenal, but upgraded 4K content isn't going to look any better. And actually, the challenge with 4K content is the pixel density is hurting Samsung. It's hard to get the light through that image. So in theory, that should help. But here's the problem, and this is why I'm going to do a video on 8K and why it's becoming very pointless. They're releasing 4K panels at 100 inches. If 8K was the end-all, be-all, if that's what we really needed, you'd see 100-inch 8K panels, and they're actually pushing out, both Sony and Samsung, they're putting out 4K panels at 100 inches, and so is LG. So I don't understand. So if you're feeling that it's soft, I would try to go into the settings and see if you can increase the contrast, do something with the settings, or maybe you're too close to it. But I'm next to a 77-inch, 83-inch, but I'm used to the size of the 83-inch C1. I went from a 77 to 83. If you've gone from a really small panel, that's what you might be struggling with. So let me know if that. Oh, so you're 65-inch. No, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, that was 75. Okay. All right. Socrates, what's up, my friend? Hey, Brian, are you having any buyer's remorse or issues with your panel? I hope you're happy with it. I am with my C1. It still blows me away every time I turn it on. Only thing, 30 FPS switch feels janky. It does. Yeah, it definitely does. But I tried it on LED and it still feels that way. Do I have any regrets? Absolutely not. The 83-inch C1 is actually the replacement for my 77-inch CX that not only had horrendous banding, but it had some problems with its processor to where the black levels were almost like venom. They were just almost crawling across the screen. I had all kinds of pop in it. So I don't have any regrets. But you guys have to understand, too, that even doing YouTube part-time, I still am a content creator. And what I mean by that is it's not going to be the end-all, be-all. I'll probably have something different next year. And I buy my panels. I don't buy them and return them and do what a lot of reviewers do. That's why I really don't review a lot of TVs. But I'll probably have something better if it really improves next year. But the C1 right now is phenomenal. And I've never had any issues with panel brightness. I was very happy with the CX, very happy with the C8. I thought the panels were fantastic. Don Yoshimito, hi again. Anything wrong with keeping an 80J on vivid mode? Your thoughts? I wouldn't do that, as a matter of fact. Not because it'll burn in, but you will have some pretty serious screen uniformity with the 80J with vivid mode. I would say watch your content on vivid when it's specific. If you have something that's very high-end quality that can take it, like animation, but I would definitely give it a break from time to time. I don't think it's going to burn out, but I think you will end up with some screen uniformity that's going to freak you out. So I wouldn't leave it on vivid all the time, my friend. Takusman, and my 900E is 55 inch. That's why I'm thinking about, yeah, 900E still a beast. I donated mine. But yeah, the jump from 55 to 77 is massive. And actually, the jump from 75 to 77 was a big jump for me, too. So, an 83 is really massive. Let's see, Fred P. The question that has been asked numerous times. I don't know if you asked those questions to me, Fred, and I missed them. I apologize if I didn't see them. The question has been asked numerous times: 65-inch A90J or 80J 77-inch would be used for watching movies and sports, no gamings. Without hesitation, the 77-inch and a heartbeat. It's not because the A90J is not amazing, but the size of the 77, it really does. And I'll tell you why. The 65-inch or the A90J's specular highlights, that brightness is visible in a few modes. But to the size alone of the A80 makes it feel brighter than it actually is. It just has a it engulfs you. So without hesitation, the A80J at 77, you will not regret it. And that's where I go with that. Hopefully I answered your question, Fred. Thanks for your patience. JD, your Battlefield coverage was legendary. You know what's funny? I laugh about that. Not that I put a lot of work into my videos, but I thought that video was hysterical. And it's amazing how these dudes get videos that go viral of like a cat playing a piano, or even Battlefield memes go viral. And that video has like 1,000 views, which I'm still grateful for, but I thought it was funny. And believe me, I'm talking myself off the ledge with Battlefield because you're welcome, Fred. I almost uninstalled it the other day. I was so frustrated, and I'm a huge Battlefield fan. And I was raging. It doesn't feel like Battlefield to me. Okay, let's go back up. Again, guys, if I miss you, please just resubmit it. Cinnabon, I have a 900E. That's when I started following your tips. Wow. The 900E. I loved it. And I tell you, I did YouTube forever just with that TV. So it's still one of the best ever made. I love that. And the 900E also gave me that lesson of value versus high end. I mean, at the time too, it's like that TV was it was so good at what it did. It did everything well, where other TVs did other things better, but then failed miserably as far as their quality control. I'm just going to turn this light down a little bit. Let's see. Go back down. And low to high, yeah, Battlefield isn't smooth, even on a high-end PC. And I'll tell you right now, being a PC gamer, I haven't upgraded my card simply because the lack of optimization for PC is abysmal. The games are not optimized, and I hated having a powerful graphics card that cost me a few thousand to only have it struggle. And I knew it wasn't the graphics card. I knew it was the optimization, and that's they're really putting consoles first with these third party, and it's our own fault as PC guys because we. Oh, thank you, honey. I'm not going to drink this many, sweetheart. I'm not going to be on here this long.
Well, what if you want a chicken drink?
What's this?
Rum punch.
Rum punch, nice. Sorry, guys. What kept me from upgrading my PC, guys, was if you think the console thing is bad, try buying anything for PC. Insane. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I know reading the comments isn't super exciting, but I'd rather talk to you guys than like come up with a topic. If there's a topic you guys want me to discuss really badly, just hit it, and I'll be glad to talk about it. Yeah, Corey, I'm glad you're enjoying the 85-inch. Dirt Gary, yo, we have snow and winter in Russia. How is the weather on the other side of the earth? I will tell you, whenever I hear from you guys, forget about another state, but some like Russia, to be able to have, and even like my buddy Brass to play online, just seeing Dirt Gary, shout out to you if you're Russia, man. Just to have you say hello on the other side of the planet, it takes my breath away, man. I'm okay here. We're at today it was like 40, and we've had weird weather. I'm on the East Coast in the US. We have 70, 40, 30, 60s. So it's been wreaking havoc over here, but I hope all is well in Russia, my friend. I hope everything's okay with what's happening in the world. I can't say the certain words because of YouTube, but I hope with everything that's happening out there, you're okay. And thanks for saying hi. What's and Dirk Gary, tell me what time it is over in Russia. Yeah, talk us, man. It's hard to sell TVs. I just sold my CX, my 55-inch CX today to a friend of mine. All right. So Sterling, Brian, you're loved all over the world. Thank you so much, my friend. Sterling, where are you? You somewhere else other than the States? Mr. 08 Dante, Russian for Kaz. Oh my God, got a lot of Russians in the house. Awesome. Kazakhstan, fantastic. What time is it over there? Let's see. Double R. Is it true keeping your TV on 24/7 gives a longer lifespan than turning it off and turning it on? I have never really bought into anything like that. No, I don't think that's the case. I think there is definitely double R. There is a break-in period that benefits all TVs, especially OLEDs, which I do feel OLEDs improve, especially with banding. But as far as leaving them on, no, I don't think it helps the panel at all. It doesn't even make sense. Well, but then again, people leave their PCs on 24 hours. I've never done that. I just feel like anything that is mechanical or electrical is going to struggle being on 24/7. So I would say I would not buy into it. It helps. Stefan, Bulgaria, nice. We're spicy today. IRL HDR. A lot of people say the C1 suffers from black crush compared to no. I have not noticed that. If anything, I feel the way Sony handles their blacks, they're strong, not stronger. Coming out of black is always weird for both of them, but the C1 doesn't crush them at all. I don't know where people are unbelievable. I think. Well, here's the thing. I'll tell you this. When OLED first came on the scene, the same with plasma. There was all these words that people focused on: burning, burning, burning. And then obviously with LEDs, blooming, 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 and then black crush. No matter what video I put up here, and first of all, when we put up videos, guys, that's just to show you kind of as a placeholder what we're talking about. But if you see black crush in anyone's videos or even blooming, you can make blooming. That's why I don't even use a crazy camera. You can manipulate that however you want. They don't suffer from black crush. OLEDs in general have some black crush, but it's either that or a more washed out blooming kind of image. So I wouldn't say one suffers it more than the other. I'm having a hard time talking today. Let's try the Bacardi rum punch. Ooh. Dario. Ooh, that's nice. Macedonia. How are you, my Dario? One of my favorite names. What's up, my friend? Special shout out to you too, my friend. Very cool. Macedonia. Awesome. Produna, Sydney, Australia. Wow. So, I mean, what time should I be making these live streams if all you guys are in other countries? I don't want to keep you guys up late. Oh, Josh. Where did Josh go? Josh had a question about the. Excuse me. Josh. I lost Josh's comment, but it was about the HTA9. Where the heck did it go? Josh, I don't know where it is. I love the HTA9. I think it's awesome. I really have had a good time with it. I actually bought mine. So where the heck did it go? Well, Josh is. Oh wait, there it is. Nope, lost it. It was about the HTA9. Is it worth the price tag? I love the HTA9. Mine was from Value Electronics, and they lent it to me, and I bought it. So for me in that living room, it's awesome. It's a great concept. I liked it a little bit better than the soundbar, the A7 that I also had. I didn't even do a review on that. I did a video on it, and I'll talk a little bit about us as YouTubers reviewing things. It really is who gets things first, and we have so much in the way of YouTube creators that do what I do now, not the tech therapy stuff and what we do right now, but people covering TVs has gotten so many that we're cannibalizing each other. which is why you have not seen live streams from me, because even the team that you see me with on with FOMO, they're live streaming every day. So we don't want to keep splitting each other's views. So I've been apprehensive about doing a live stream because I don't want to block each other. So I actually stopped kind of watching that content, and now I just do what I want to do and put, I mean, I'm blessed to have 80 something people in here right now, but it's getting to be where when I go to do a review or Robert wants to lend me a TV, by the time some people get them and rip them apart and send them back, it's not even worth it for me to cover the TV. So I hope that changes next year when things are more released. But the HCA 9, I mean, really, really phenomenal TV sound system. I liked it too because you can put it almost everywhere. And even if you, with the HCA 9, definitely get the subwoofer with it though. Definitely the subwoofer with it. But you can put it where speakers are higher or lower, and it really does create not an Atmos effect, but it does create slightly above you. Neil with the super chat again, not necessary. Thank you so much. If anyone wants a Master Series TV, would you recommend an A9G for $1,500 or an A90J for $2,800? Is the A90J worth double the price? Very good question. Is the A90J worth double the price? It is if you have the money. The A9G is phenomenal. It is getting up there in age. And the reason I say this is that even the AAH, which was put in a weird spot, like the A80J, the difference is the A80H only have these smaller sizes. But the A9G is more about prestige and it's about film. But the the AAH actually had some improvements that nobody cared about because of the prestige of the A9G. So what I'm saying to you is the processor on the A90J to me is worth the price. The cognitive processor is no joke. Its upscaling is on another level. And I would say if you have the money, it is worth it to me. Also, because here's another thing. The A9G being an older panel will not receive updates soon. It will be left forgotten by Sony, where the A90J, just being a newer panel, will continue to be supported by the manufacturer. And it does have HDMI 2.1. It does sound better, and I would go with it. Now, is it better? Yes, it is better. It's a more modern panel, and it's looks better. But is it worth the price? Only you can tell me, Neil. And thank you for the super chat. Very nice to you. Very nice of you, I should say. Oh, Fred P, super chat. Very nice of you too, my friend. Thank you. I'm glad I was able to answer your question. I am totally sorry if I missed your questions in the on YouTube. I used to spend hours just responding to the comments, and it just got to be where I couldn't respond to them all anymore. So it got to be where either I would do so many responses in the comments that I wouldn't even make content. I was too busy answering the questions. So Fred, thank you so much again. Very generous of you with the super chat. And for those of you that just jumped in, we have 83 of us in here now, which is very cool. You do not need to do super chats to get me to answer your question. I'm just going up and down. If I miss you and you have another question, just put it all in caps, and then I'll get to it. I promise. Sunday, 10:30 a.m. Prodness, awesome, man. Wow, this is really good. Bacardi rum punch. Wow, that's really good. Joe, really good question. Hey, Brain. Everybody calls me Brain. I've been called Brain since I was a kid. Like, what's up, Brain? How close is the picture quality between the A90J and the LG C1? Very close. They're very close. But I will say this to all of you. When we talk about close, even the A9G versus the A90J, I promise you, if you calibrate them both and we switch them around, you'd struggle. And the reason I say that is walking into Value Electronics, all it is right now, well, actually, there's more LEDs now than there was, but they were all OLEDs, and they were all being calibrated. I swear, I would say pick up which one is an LG, you would have a hardest time figuring out which. Even the A9G still looked amazing. So I would say the picture quality between the A90J and the C1 comes down again to processing. LG definitely caught up with their processor to Sony last year with the A9G and the AAH and all those other panels, but Sony did take another step. That matters mostly when you're talking about low bit content, though, and I don't mean 1080p. I'm talking about your standard definition, a lot of your streaming that's not 1080p. Sony does a tremendous job. The difference is the heatsink and the specular highlights are a bit brighter. But that said, I don't notice the C1 to be dim at all. So is it noticeable? I mean, not enough to say that which one is which if you were doing a blind shootout, but I think it's a little bit better. As far as it's close. We're splitting hairs when I say that. Okay, where are we? Let's see. I talk too damn much. Let's see. How are you guys doing? You know, Uno Nice. What's up, my friend? Hey, I've not seen you in a minute in one of these. My pleasure, man. I appreciate you guys watching. It really is. Like I said, anytime you get on a live stream, or even we do those premiere videos, you look, you're like, oh my God, there's no one waiting. So you're always like, oh my God, I walk out here, and everyone's gonna be like, hello, anybody out there? Z Black Rider, what's up, my friend? How are you? And I mean, the thing about community, so many of you guys I've seen for years, and it's and you guys know too, we had an issue with my basement. We had this huge flood down here, so I actually lost my home theater, so I wasn't able to do as much, and so expensive. Oh my God! But to be able to get back down here and be able to, you can hear like the heaters, like everybody else's basement, but to be able to get back down here is great. Corey Melvin, do a good drink. Yeah, guys, do happy hour if you can drink. That's what these are really all about. It is a Saturday night, and honestly, I'd rather spend it with you than going out or anything. Rodney Boswell, when are they going to push out the update for the LG C1? It is being rolled out as we speak. You're going to end up seeing a lot of region by region, and they're going to probably hit it a couple times. For some people, it's not exactly working. I think a big part of it is making sure you unplug it and hard reset it, but you should see it. They're not messing around. They need it out by Black Friday, so you should see it in the next few days. Takusman, don't take that message away. I remember he just took his message away. I do remember the creaky floor too, because honestly, I had like this raised floor here, and you could hear, every time I got up, you hear. Oh man. Chintuput, I have hi, I have a question. LG G1 be on sale for, it should be lowered. Don't worry about the spelling, Takusman. Keep that up there, baby. You hear the way I'm speaking tonight? I don't know if the LG will actually go down, the G1 in price, but it's not moving a lot. It doesn't really have to, kind of like the Master Series. But it's not going to be substantial. I think you see a huge drop. I'll go into Best Buy next week and do a walkthrough video for you guys. And I really don't do a lot of the price that's being covered by everybody else. Everyone else is doing these price watch. I just not my thing, man. I'm more into the emotional part of YouTube. More about the connection with you guys than I am about you buying TVs or anything. I'm just happy to hang out with you guys. Let's see. Full HD, why did I delete my Cura video? Actually, you know what? I didn't even mean to put that up. I did a video at a friend of mine's house, and the reason why I took it down was I wanted to incorporate pictures of his family because I did the video at his house, so I have to redo it, and he's going to send me some pictures because his family was laughing when I was filming it, but I'll put it back up. It's a pretty cool video. Let's go. Oh, no, I just saw a video. Mr. Dante, C1 is afraid of a full white screen, especially in SDR game mode. I noticed that's not that it's afraid. You're seeing ABL kind of kick in with full white. It's the only time that they dim. So unless you're playing games where it's full, it has to be fully white. Even like Forza with the white screen and the snow, it doesn't dim. But if you do go, say like in Windows, when you transfer over to the white Microsoft screen, it will dim. It's just protecting itself. That's why OLEDs are not recommended for hockey. So there's not a problem with the C1. It's just, it's just what it does with full white. That is the Achilles heel, as far as, as far as what you see with OLEDs. Sterling, I miss your Best Buy Costco vids. I miss doing them too. To be honest, it got to be where the world has gotten so uptight about people with cameras or not that I'm filming anybody, but I'm just too big a guy to sneak. And I've seen a lot of other YouTubers are doing my Best Buy walkthrough videos, but I am a big guy. So if I'm walking around at 6'3" with this, trying to be, they do get a little unnerved. I filmed a bunch of them and didn't even release them because the prices had changed. They're really more about us connecting again. It's not really a big price thing, but I'll do one next week for you. Again, half the stuff that I think about putting out, there's so much content being done by other channels that it's just very hard to even breathe, and it's nothing against them. Everyone there is doing their own thing, but we cannibalize each other. You're seeing that with all these game videos from other channels and everyone kind of, so I've just recently, like I said, I kind of have blinders on. I'm just doing what I want to do, and hopefully you guys watch. And if not, you guys choose what you want to watch. But if I go by what is most viewed on my channel, videos of TV comparisons, those are being done to death now, and they are a lot of work. I have an 83-inch C1. I have the A90J. To compare those, even though it's been done 15 times, doesn't make it worth it for me to do. Not because of money or monetization. It's just that people are over it, and people would tune in to watch that before, won't watch it now because it's been done by 1,000 other channels. Let's see. Dirk Gary, 2:31 at night. And my thoughts to everybody in Germany too, and Austria. I know you guys are looking at another lockdown, which is brutal. Okay, we'll start back at the bottom. There's a Black Rider. Yeah, seeing me. And guys, if you guys live in Connecticut, and you see me walking around, do not be afraid to say what's up to me if you see me. I'd love to meet you. But yeah, they're especially when I try to be incognito. Like I said, I'm a big boy. So I'm sitting with this little, can I help you, sir? No, I'm fine. I mean, and I have some of the people I know at the stores. The funny thing too is Value Electronics. Obviously, I've become very good friends with Robert and Wendy, and I'm welcome at that store anytime. It's just that they are so busy. They would let me sit there and film every day. The problem is when I'm trying to film there, I'm literally reaching around speakers that cost more than my car. And even I filmed the Z9J at 85 inches. I didn't even release that video because I literally the screen was like to my chest. So Best Buy, and unfortunately for Best Buy, it's just that a lot of the stock isn't there. The inventory is not there. So it's kind of hard for me to run around and show you TVs from 2 years ago. South Florida, Tuckosman. If you ever come down here, shoot me a message. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was just in Florida not long ago, actually, in Captiva. Let's see. MBJ. Yeah, if you Milford, Connecticut. You know what's funny? MBJ, I don't get down to Orange much. Because they don't have a lot in regards to their, in regards to their lineup. So I'll go into Milford, and I really can't hide there either, because that store is very, it's very open. So you just see me kind of IRL HDR. I doubt it's your size. It's the suspicious William Shatner mask. I always put those creeper videos as like Mike Myers on a skateboard. I was in Captiva. Let's see. All right, somebody had an X90J question. Master Dimes, Brian, 77-inch C1 or 77-inch A80J? I hate to keep saying the same thing that everyone else says. If you are someone who's watching a lot more movies, and don't misunderstand, the C1, I watch a ton of movies. It's my main movie system down here. I would go with the A80J just because of the up conversion. I like the processing. But if you game more than 50% of the time, 60% of the time, the C1 is a better choice. But they're so close. They're close, just like the CX and the AAH were. But I would go Master Dimes. If you game more, the picture quality is so very close. I would go with the C1. But for just pure Like I mentioned this earlier, Master Dimes. If you just jumped in, my 88, my A80 is upstairs. It's my family display. I don't feel like I need to ever change the settings. If I'm watching a movie, if I'm watching a show, I was streaming The Shining the other day, and it wasn't even the one that well, I didn't wasn't even my 4K Blu-ray, which is a conversation we can have too about physical media. And the picture quality was terrible because it was an older film, or the film quality, but it was fine on the A80J. I didn't get up and put the disc in, which is saying a lot. Oh, Prodnus, I end up missing your. Hi, Brian. Recently got a 77-inch G1, and I noticed 6 slight dips when looking from the top to the bottom on both sides of the screen when it's off. Do you mean when you're looking at the screen itself, or when you're looking at the side? If you see sides at times with 77 inches, you may seem a little bit of a bend. I mean, you shouldn't have that. But if you're looking at the reflection, you will see dips in it. It's not going to be a clean. It's not a mirror. So if you see what am I doing here? If you see little like film, like swerves in your screen, you're fine. That's just the way the coding is. I had a guy bring a TV back for that. He's like, wow, the thing looks bent, only because what he saw, his reflection. You see the reflection of the camera light isn't clean. So it's nothing wrong with it. You guys gotta know, 85 people watching one guy just talk is pretty amazing. I'm pretty proud that you guys are in here. I'm really appreciative of it. Thank you. What's up, Justin? How are you? Proudness mainly side by slightly noticed from the front. I wouldn't worry about it. If you're not seeing an issue with the picture quality, I would say you're most likely fine. I think you're fine. They're big. I mean, sometimes the frame will look a little bit, but I think as long as the picture quality, you're happy with it and you don't see any issues with it, I think you're all set. Xeon Ball AMG, welcome. How are you? Fitzy, can't decide between an LG C1 83-inch or a Samsung QN90. Ooh, that's a nice one. The reason why I like that one, Fitzy, is the 83-inch always kind of knocks out the 77 and the 75, but I love that an 85-inch OLED or 85-inch LED kind of knocks the OLEDs down a little bit. I think the QN90A at 85 is tremendous value. And if you like LEDs, I would go with the 85-inch. Here we go. All right. Bring back Dirk Gary. Bring back the plasma. Bring back Cura. If you were taken hostage by LG employees and forced to praise their products for money, just blink. What's funny is I actually have an LG hat that I got from Value Electronics when I was down there, but I am not sponsored. I have no desire to be sponsored. And even if LG wanted to sponsor me, what are they going to offer me? Going to give me a free LG? Going to give me I already have their C1. I actually don't need any kind of sponsorship. I'm not looking for anything like that. This video is actually sponsored by Bacardi. I have no desire to do that, guys. So the Cura Elite is amazing. For those of you that know what the Panasonic Cura is, my Cura was really beat up, but the one that I filmed, Dirk Gary, was still in pretty good shape. But they're still amazing. They're still amazing. Justin, does my remodel basement look? It does look a lot different, because what I did with my basement, if you guys can even see it, is I just left the concrete up. Because I had walls in here, but it was a very small room's only, I think, 11 by 11, and the ceilings are 7.5 feet high. So I kind of left it very unfinished. And I just wanted to, because I was tearing the room apart with my hands was heartbreaking. I mean, it was actually devastating. I didn't lose any of my equipment, but right now I'm running 11 channels. So I have the 4-speaker height speakers. I have B&W surrounds. I have the 6700H Denon, and I have this monster. I guess can't even see it. Can you guys even see that? Can you guys see that SVS sub, the 4,000. Oh my god! And I should have reviewed that. I don't even do reviews. Get on me, guys. Get on me. Yeah, Tony Z. They are Bowers and Wilkins, but they are old, my friend. They're from many years ago. But my technology, it's a big problem with being a YouTube creator. Does not get as much use as yours, as you guys. But I'm looking to buy new speakers. Even Robert told me, don't bother. The speakers are still great. And I'm trying to learn from myself, guys. These incremental upgrades sometimes, like even I got these 3,000 subs to replace my old. I think I had Polk. Yeah, they were old Polk subs, and the Polk sounded great. Compared, but I had these. It was more. You know what it was? The 3,000 subs I had were not. Were they ported? No, they weren't ported. They were sealed, and the other ones were ported. So I was more used to that breathy kind of surround sound versus that boom, boom, boom. So I needed to go with something else. But they were 3 times the price, and I was gonna get another one of these, but the room's too small. Let's see. Oh, Anthony, yeah, and Baton Rouge. Yeah, mine was actually a sewer. So probably 80, about 80 is what it cost to fix. Let's see. Let's go back up. So I saw a video up here, one up here on the X90J. I like the panel. So it was absolutely dismantled by other channels. I liked it very much. I thought it was great. I thought it was a great compliment. People really wanted to pit it against the 950H simply because they were similar in price. The X90 released very expensive, and the X95 did not come for a while. But the X90J is fantastic. It's a good panel. And remember, it was a replacement for the 900H. And I mean, that's where I think with YouTube creators and even in the comments, there's nothing out there that is trash. Nothing where I can say this is a piece of crap or this is that. So it bothers me when people do that, because a lot of times people that do that don't even have these TVs. I did a video on big TVs, and I constantly hear from other YouTubers, big TVs are this or big TVs are that. And all I say to them is, you don't have one. You don't have it. To tell me that they're no good, you have to be able to have experience and say, yes, I've had that TV. This is what I feel about it. And owning them is key versus, again, this whole buying them from stores, rip them apart and then throw them back in the box and, and return them. It's just, that's not, and look, it's hard to do what we do in regards to really giving your thoughts on a panel. I can give you my opinion on TVs without having them, but it's just hard to take that serious when people say they hate something because they've heard it from somewhere else. You can say you heard from another channel or another review, hey, I heard this, but don't speak to it as if you've seen it. You can say, hey, I heard it from here. But the X90 was unfairly killed, and now it's a very, very good value. Someone said I missed a super chat. I didn't see if I missed one. I had Fred, Neil. Corey. Sorry, Corey. Corey Melvin, super chat. Very, very nice of you again. Not necessary, but thank you, buddy. Return 75-inch X90J for 85-inch X91, even with X1 blur. I don't really know. I didn't see a lot of X1 problems with the X90J as far as the motion blur. I didn't have a lot of problems with it. You could be very sensitive to it, but the X91J at 85, you mean the one from Costco? That the one that you're talking about, Corey? I know Costco's got, I think the only X91 from Costco that is truly an X90 is the 85. But I would go with the larger one and make sure that the X91 from Costco is actually an X90J. The smaller sizes are not. The one to ask about that is ask FOMO, who knows about that. But one of the X90, the 85-inch is definitely an X90J. But I would go 85 if you can. Someone said I missed a super chat. Did I miss yours, Dupe Sack? I don't know if I didn't see one from you, my friend. Neil, thank you for the super chat again. Very nice of you. Do you watch Dexter? I watched Dexter when it launched many, many years ago. Love the series. I'm a big true crime buff. Definitely, like many shows, it ran out of steam, and I watched it to the very end, and I hated the ending, just like I hated the ending for Game of Thrones and a lot of these other shows. But I have not watched the new one. Neil, are you watching it? What do you think? Dupesack, if I missed your super chat, please let me know where it is. I didn't see one from you, but 4K 120 blur. Well, as far as what the X90J, I mean, it doesn't do 120. I had it on the on Modern Warfare. I didn't think it was a big problem. Oh, see, the Dupesack saying the X91 has the old processor, so then it's actually not a true X90. It's actually for a 900H, is what he's saying. What Dupesack is saying in there, which is the really big problem with Costco and these places. They have all these weird numbers that don't always match up. Tempo insurance covered about 50%. Double R, am I going to CES? I believe I am. I was scheduled to go last year. Any predictions? I think it'll be largely the same as last year. I think you're going to see the heatsink on the G1. You'll see that. You're going to see a lot of the same. I don't think you're going to see a big jump. You might see more 8K from the likes of Hisense and those guys. But as far as predictions, I mean, I know for a lot of us, we really want to see more change, but year to year, you're not going to see much. It's a lot to ask. Think about asking, Call of Duty to be different every year, which it isn't. I mean, it's just really, really hard. So I don't expect a lot, and there's not a lot for them to do, which is why you saw 8K jump out, and 8K to me is basically more of 3D at this point. Tone 83, I love the 80J for gaming. I have a good time with it. I think it looks absolutely stunning. You'll see more videos from that. Yeah, I'm planning on going to CES. We'll see. With the way the world is, I should be able to get there and see some stuff for you guys. I'll definitely film down there. Yeah, Dupesack, I don't really notice the blur, to be honest. So I didn't have any issues with the X90J blurring. Zion Ball AMG, do you think that the 2022 Sony will show something that beats the X95? Not really. I mean, the X95, the processor is what it is now. That processor is going to carry over from Sony, so I don't expect huge improvements unless Sony goes even with a mini LED or a micro LED. And if they do, I haven't noticed that to be a huge. So, like, to me, the Samsung QN90A would have been just as effective if it was an LED. I don't really get into. I thought mini LED is fine, but I don't think it's something that they can accomplish with regular LED technology. So I don't think you're going to see a big jump from there. I think you're safe to buy the X95. And the reason why I say that, the X95 coming out so late in the year, it just came out not that long ago. But I don't think you're going to see anything that really beats it. And because 8K is now 3 years out, you're getting to the point now where they have to push it. But there isn't, guys, there's nothing in 8K. And unlike 4K, there's no promise of 8K content. There's no promise of 8K discs. Streaming is finally becoming 4K. And the percentage of people that have 4K on this planet is so small. And 8K gaming is a pipe dream. I mean, it's not really, these consoles can't do 4K. So to say you're going to see, and even 8K, even if you're a PC person and you want to play 8K at 30 FPS with everything shut off, do it. I did it on my 8K TV. It's not playable. It's very clean, but it's not something I would recommend doing, especially since the rest of us are trying to do 60. Anthony Laurie, you should do a PSA for subscribers that at Best Buy warranties are less than half the price if they purchase their sets in their local Best Buy. That is great, Anthony. I will do that. Great recommendation. I will do that. I'm just hearing my family totally yell at my kids. I will definitely do that, Anthony, and I'll ask at the Best Buy I go to, and I'll definitely do a video on it. That's a great call, Anthony, because you can't beat the warranty from Best Buy. All right, guys, we've been on for an hour and 24 minutes. How we doing? Everybody doing all right? Can you guys actually hear my wife yelling at my kids? Let's see. Dirk Gary, we have this saying, the better the SUV, the further to go for the tractor. 4K resolution is optimal for the 83 diagonal, or maybe you need 8K. The thought process was always you needed 8K over 85. And I'm telling you, seeing the X92, it's not necessary. I mean, I sat probably, and here I am telling you that, and this is what Robert and I have talked about, was the optimal distance for a 77-inch TV is 7 feet. I don't care what scientists tell you and what the eye can see. 7 feet is the optimal viewing distance. So from a 100-inch, it's probably 3 feet behind that. I was about 9 feet from it, and the size felt amazing. To say you need 8K, that would be if you had 8K content. 8K upscaled does not look great. It doesn't. It doesn't. Very good content. You know what looks great in 8K? The QN90 looked great. QN90 with its built-in 8K content. Then it's stunning. When you put it on YouTube and you see your little profile picture, it's so clean. That's about it. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of content for it, and you're paying for something that's going to be dormant, and you don't really need to. And I wouldn't. So the fact that they're pushing 4K larger panels is telling me that it's not necessary, and 8K is a very safe, very safe technology. Where are we? God, my house is so loud. Jay Just Games. What's up, Jay? Whisper Status. What up, bro? Can you close the door up there, please? Sorry about that. What's up, bro? Still on the fence about going from the Z9F to the A80J. It's definitely a good jump. The Z9F is very good. If you're going up in size, make the jump. If you're not, the Z9F is still very good, unless you need HDMI 2.1. Anthony, wait, hold on. Someone's asked me a question. Does Value Electronics offer a reputable warranty service that covers burn-in? I don't believe they cover burn-in. Burn-in, from what I understand, is only really covered by Best Buy and other the UK has a lot of insurance. I don't think Value Electronics would cover burn-in per se, unless it happens very quickly, and then LG will cover that. But I don't think they do, as far as that goes. The HCA9, yeah, I hope you like it, Anthony. Tell me what you think about that. I thought it was great. Dion, should rear surround speakers be higher than up fronts? I mean, there's some speculation, but typically it's the listening position for your rear surrounds versus your height channels. So yeah, they should be, no, they're about the same. They should be about equal. Chili 21, how you doing, my friend? Let's see, go back up. All right, you guys are chatting with each other. Full HD, when do you think 8K will replace 4K? It's only going to replace it once it's forced on us. Once they actually don't come out with like the best Sony right now is the Z9J in regards to LEDs. So they're already forcing your hand. If you really want, when you really want that, you're going to have to go 8K inadvertently. But in regards to, it having to come out or it's showing you that there's no content. You don't have to go there. So I wouldn't. It's not going to replace it. Samsung has already showed you that the QN90A outperforms the QN900A in some ways. So, and they're doing 4K OLEDs. So they're showing you they're not ready to go there all the way. So right now it's kind of useless. Doesn't really serve any real purpose. George Wilson, 4K OLED forever. Nice. Yeah, Just Jay, Battlefield 2042 is a dumpster fire. I mean, it's just not Battlefield. You don't have any team deathmatch. You don't have any scoreboard, no domination, no small scale battles, but terrible performance. It's very cartoony. The maps are awful. It's just, I'm very, actually, between those three games, even the Halo, I'm not as hot on it as everybody else. I've been playing Halo for years, so I think it's okay. But we need a jump. We need things to get exponentially better. And Battlefield is such a letdown. Such a letdown. I mean, I'm still playing it because I wanna have something to play as far as multiplayer, but I'm just, it frustrates the heck out of me that it's they put all that talent on that and they came up with that. It just can't get over it. Chili 21, do you think going from a Sony 900F to a C1 is a good call? I do. The 900F was very good, the successor to the 900E. The challenge with the 900F was that very dark Dolby Vision. But again, I only recommend you guys go upgrade if you're going up in size. You know, you'll unless you feel you really need to. But I recommend if you're going to go from a large or a 900F, just keep in mind that LEDs are bigger than OLEDs. You don't want to go with the same size and have a smaller panel. But I think picture quality wise, you'd be very happy with it. Oh, Andy, I missed you. Let's see. Would any of the new Sony full arrays have better picture quality than my current plasma? Ooh, that is a trick question, my friend. Yes and no. I mean, plasmas, let me say it to you this way. Your 1080p plasma is going to have better picture quality showing you 1080p. Just up conversion is nowhere near as good as native. They are much brighter. They are the processing is much better now than it was even back then. The problem with going from plasma to an LED is you've never experienced any kind of blooming before, and I think that'll be stark. So it's very hard for me to go. I did it from plasma to LED, and it was hard. It definitely was tough. So I can't recommend going from an LED from a plasma to an LED unless you think the plasma is not bright enough. But the X90 and the X95 are good choices, or the 950H. The problem is, again, you've never experienced any kind of blooming yet, and you're going to see it in those black bars, and I think you're going to not know what it is. So I would definitely go with OLED if you can, unless you feel that it's not bright enough. If you feel the plasma so dark, then go for it. But plasmas are they're still king for a reason. So I would say try to go OLED if you can, unless you feel it's very dark. Let's see. Transylvania, thank you so much for the super chat. Very sweet of you. I ordered a QNED90 from Value Electronics, not arrived yet. Was this a mistake versus the QN90A? I wanted Dolby Vision. No, it's not a mistake. The QNED90 is excellent. I think you'll be happy with it. And I think Dolby Vision is something that's nice to have, especially with movies. I think you're fine. I would sit tight with it. Let me know what you think of it. The Q90A is very good, but that's where Samsung kind of does. All these companies put you in a box a little bit. Sony doesn't have these gaming features. Samsung doesn't have Dolby Vision. So it kind of makes you go to these different areas. I would hold on to it and let me know what you think. And make sure you guys get something from Value Electronics. Tell them I sent you. They don't keep track or anything, but it's just always nice to know they came from you guys. I will say, you guys that call Value Electronics from this community, they say that we have the nicest community. You guys are it's like talking to a friend, and that's pretty amazing. Neil, do you see OLED still being king in 5 years, or do you see new technology taking over? Neil, the only new technology I'd see taking over is if we do like these quantum dot OLEDs, with a little bit of a higher color volume or 12-bit panels. But mini LED, I don't really see mini LED, even with the dual cell Hisense, unless you can deliver me LED brightness with OLED blacks. I just don't see it. So I would think different variations of OLEDs will still continue to improve. But as far as a new LED technology, I don't see anything. The dual cell is a great shot, and I think they can do more with that, but I think OLEDs will still be big in 5 years. Anthony Laurie, thank you so much for the super chat. Really, really nice of you. My pleasure. Thank you for your time. And thanks for the great idea. I'll definitely check out Best Buy and talk about their warranty once I get there. Uno nice. Battlefield will definitely get better. It will definitely improve. So that's why I'm sticking with it, because Battlefield 4, all these Battlefields are a mess. It will get better, but it's terrible to have it be what it is right now. But I mean, I wouldn't pay a lot for it, but it's still good. It's just not, it's just not what it was. Tempo, what did you do with your Q90R? That wasn't mine. That was Value Electronics. I was actually going to keep that. My wife did not want me to have a sound bar, so I didn't even bother opening it, because anything I open from them can't be sold as new. I wasn't doing a review, so I just brought it back to them, and someone bought it. Okay, guys. Well, IRL, I mean, that has always been the misconception with upscaling. And the reason why I say misconception is I remember NVIDIA had was a DSR downsampling, which was taking 4K and squeezing it down to 1080p, which had amazing results. But I was the idiot that bought the up-converting Blu-ray players and the progressive scan Blu-ray players, or not Blu-ray, the DVDs. And the progressive scan DVD players had this orange light. If it was progressive, it would make it, smooth and nice. Upscaling is the most overrated thing there is. All upscaling means is it fits the screen. Nothing else. There's no other. Now, if it DLSS and all these other technologies is much different, dynamic resolutions are very different. However, just upscaling doesn't do anything. It just puts it on the screen. And they add false pixels to create the image, and there's going to be noise. Let's see. People understand. Yeah, I got you. Transylvania, check out Anthony's comment. Oh, you already did. Okay. Have I used the tonal yet? I actually have, Neil. I love the tonal. I mean, I was going to do a video on that. But the challenge with something like the tonal is you don't want to start it. Like I've had several injuries lately, back, knees, a lot of this cardio that I was doing because of the gyms being closed, I got hurt in some of them. So I've not been able to train as hard as I've wanted to. And I work for myself, so I've had less time to train, but it's excellent. It's a very cool piece of equipment for weightlifters, especially. Let's see. I got a real tough question for you, man. What's your PR on bench? I don't know. I'll keep that to myself. I'm a big boy, but I'm too old to be talking about how much I bench. Let's see, Corey. I wish that TV reviewing YouTubers would talk about upscaling more often. There's just not a lot to say. I mean, that's what I said is basically what it is. But but even like low to high, as he's saying, there's many external devices that can do upscaling better than the panel can do. Now that's processing. That's not upscaling. That's basically taking, like, even your receivers, adding extra processing. They're not just upscaling the image. So it kind of cheating a little bit, but as far as, processing the panel, it's just upscaling in general doesn't usually make things look better. Like the A80J has great processing. That upscaling, but upscaling lower content, 4K to 8K, is challenging. Does anybody have the problem with things like Greentoe MB? The challenge is you just can't trust it. A lot of these they will not deliver you the right TV. If you see a price on a TV that's too much or too good to be true, chances are it is a lot more than not. They're very hard to trust. And I've had people that have bought from, was it Abe's of Maine years ago, and a couple of the other ones, they've delivered the wrong TV. Then you have to wait for that TV to be brought back. Then it's defective, and it just ends up being a real mess. Oh, Z Black Rider's banging out 450. Nice. All right, guys, we got a couple hours in. What time did we start? Maybe it's not a couple hours. I did a 5:30. So actually, we're not even that. Yeah. So we're coming up on 2 hours. How you guys doing? You guys hanging in there? We just got 60 people in here, which is amazing. Yeah, Tony, if you're gonna be at CES, man, if you see me walking around, grab me. I'm not shy, but definitely say hello. Don't be shy if you see me walking around. Josh, how many hours a day do you think OLEDs can take gaming? I worry about, dude, honestly, like that guy, my guy Brass Tax you saw in the videos before, he games all day on OLEDs, no problems. I would say, Josh, when my younger bro can play Fortnite up to 6 hours, it's not that it's how can I say this? It's not that that you can't game on an OLED for a long period of time, but do you really want Fortnite being played on your A90J, which is probably the highest end 4K TV out? That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot for any TV. Will it burn in? Things that burn in are the exact same HUD. If he games 6 hours in a row and then decides to, here's a challenge with OLEDs. If you game on them or you watch anything on them, say it's a really difficult one is the NFL red zone. You have a red thing that sits on your TV the whole day. And then even when it goes to commercial, it doesn't shut off. That's an issue. So what I would do is every few hours or when he's done gaming, what I would do is, and I do this all the time, is hold on one second. What I do all the time is create your own demo playlist. I'm actually going to do one for you guys. And where is it? No, see, I'm not updating my TV. No way. Let's see. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Turn down my sound. Oh, my own live stream is up. Pretty cool. So I go to library, favorite demos, play all. So what I have behind me here, you're going to see playing now, is like my favorite demos. I run them full screen. And when I'm done gaming, I run them SDR and HDR. I let them just run. And I probably have about 13 or 14 of them up there. All I do is at the end of them, run this while I'm shutting off my system. And that's all we got. And that's what I would do for you. And that's the way I would do it, MBJ. If you want to just, or I don't remember who asked me that question, is I would just, Josh, I would just let something like this run after every long session, let the other pixels fire, and you're good to go. Yeah, Corey, automatic update off, baby, all the time. Probably bourbon. Yeah, Uno Nice. I'll be at CES if I do go. Chances are I'll probably team up with Robert, and hopefully I'll get access to some of these manufacturers, like just behind the scenes, to see what they have there. Ryan. I'll do more of them. The Best Buy vids, I definitely will. But like I said, a lot of people are doing the same videos. But I'll definitely do more of them. I'll do one next week before Black Friday. See what the prices are. Oh, here, let's see. Somebody said Green Toe. They had a good experience with it. And it all depends on what person they team. I guess with what place they team you up with, as far as which retailer. But I'm gonna tell you guys, what's funny about going to these stores is the physical media thing is really scary right now. I mean, we have very little in terms of 4K Blu-rays are hard to track down. Streaming on Apple is clean. A lot of the Blu-rays that we're waiting for are actually there already. I went to heck nah. I was looking for Silence of the Lambs the other day and literally could not find it. And it was on Apple TV for like 2 weeks. The challenge with physical media is, with streaming, is a lot of these streaming sites, like say HBO Max, don't really have everything in 4K. So hold on, let me clean up my camera. A little smudgy. Hold on. That's a little better. Physical media breaks my heart, but the convenience of it is just so hard to deny. And having things in Atmos and having these things available and gaming now. I do almost everything now with online. You download it. It's not streaming, obviously, but we're in a weird spot when it comes to gaming, when it comes to physical media. It's really, really hard because it sounds so ridiculous, but convenience, guys, just to be able to watch something on this and on that and walk around with it. And also to be able to, with my family, watch something upstairs and watch something on my projector. It's just really hard to deny. It's just really hard. And also, like I said, but the difference is when you go on something like HBO Max, it makes you think that, oh, there's a bunch of content on here, and there isn't. It's not in 4K. So let's see, where are we now? Black Francis, what's up? So Black Francis, I think recently just bought an 83-inch A90J. And I think, what else did you buy? You bought something else that was, there was an A90J and a G1 or something. Bought two sick TVs. Nice job. How you doing, my friend? Am I watching any current good shows? I'm actually watching Succession on HBO, and it is a good show, but horrible. The people on the show are terrible. It makes you hate them. So it's that's what I'm watching right now is Succession. I buy physical. Oh, do I buy physical or digital games? I've actually been buying digital games, to be honest, just because I download them. I don't stream them. And being a PC gamer, I started doing Steam games years ago. So buying physical games just became a waste, just because I have thousands of Blu-rays. And honestly, games are now something I just uninstall and move over and reinstall. And I guess the thing with physical media, the way our styles are now, I mean, like our TVs, our stands, if you have them, everything's very clean. When physical media was really always about showing off your collection, like books, and the styles of rooms aren't really that way. This room doesn't even have any shelves, so I end up now basically just kind of leaving, physical media behind with gaming, not with movies yet. If I want something on 4K, I do. But here's the challenge with physical media, guys, and it's not just physical media. The jump from 1080p to 4K Blu-rays wasn't huge. Double dipping wasn't that, oh my God. So for a lot of us, we double dipped and I'm like, forget it, man. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to rebuy this movie. And the problem too is what I'm finding with newer movies, they're not good enough for me to want to own. Where back in the day when I was in the theater, the minute I was like halfway through, I was like, oh my God, I got to have that. I got to buy this. Movies now are so like, all right, I don't have to own them. They're just not good enough. So I got a big problem with the quality of movies right now. Huge problem with the quality of games right now. The sequel prequel thing that we're in is devastating. It's not devastating. It's a bad word for it, but it's just boring. I love Far Cry. I played about an hour of the new one and I just turned it off. I've played that game a million times. I'm waiting for it to get its update, but like Far Cry 3 was phenomenal. So, we just need better content. What this prequel sequel thing is selling. And the problem is, even when someone else mentioned Battlefield in here, the problem with prequels and sequels is you have the others to compare it to. But I promise you, very few of the people working on this Battlefield really worked on the other ones. So that's kind of the issue. So it's like comparing a bunch of your girlfriends. Oh, you're better than this one, that one, and this one. I mean, Battlefield 4 blows away this Battlefield. I mean, it's not even close how good. But then again, Battlefield was a mess when it first came out. But even all these Marvel films, I love the Marvel franchises. It was leading to something. Once it got to Endgame, I thought was okay. But once it got to Infinity War, was like, oh my God. By the time we were done, I was done. I'm all superheroed out. I'm good. I'm all set. If you're a DC fan, they should have done another Man of Steel. Stop with these. You don't have to put everybody together. Not everything has to connect. Even the new Spider-Man, I don't need to see. I know we all want to look back and say, oh, nostalgia. Do I really need to see Tobey Maguire? Do I really need that? How about just doing a better job? We're so worried about checking every box out there that we're not making any content. I mean, just the details and the writing and the stories. I mean, just bad. It's just, and even when I talk to friends, like, what do you think about? It was okay. Okay is not good enough. I rather watch all the classic films than watch anything new. That I mean, some of the shows are great, but it's just let's see. I have to admit, I went to the one night Rocky event in theaters. Yeah, I mean, like, and even that, what a like event films were, right? And that's part of our fault. I mean, I'm sitting in front of a huge TV. I have all this surround sound, but it's just very little that makes me want to say, "Oh, I got to see this." And like Anthony had mentioned here, look, I wish they would have finished Andrew Garfield's trilogy. They got into this habit of jamming every villain together instead of working on. Andrew Garfield was a great Spider-Man. He was an edgy Spider-Man. He was a taller guy. He was smooth. He wasn't a nerd. Now the Tom Holland guy is fine, and he's great. And but it's just this oh shucks thing. We got to get past that a little bit. And the challenge I have with movies too, guys, is and I grew up in the 70s and 80s, so believe me, I was used to Arnold and all the joking and the one-liners. I hated it then. I didn't like so much humor in my horror films. I didn't love the slapstick. And I like comedy. I think I'm funny, but I don't like this formula. To me, the new Star Wars, they're garbage. Like to me, they're unwatchable. Not because of the direction. No, gotta make things funny and you know, even going back to this, what we're doing with Ben Kenobi, and I can prove it to you. Everybody hated the prequels, right? Um, I waited years for them. Again, I'm 47 years old, and I didn't love them. At least they were original. They tried different stuff, different characters, different ships. Uh, but when you have people clamoring for Hayden Christensen to come back, even though they hated the guy, it shows you how much they miss even something they didn't like. I would love to see, and they've done fan things about this where they showed Vader the time after, the time after when Ben runs away with Luke and he's struggling and how he is uh, in his suit and how the suit was designed for the Emperor to control him and make him always in pain. And there's some great fan art of like Anakin looking, he's got the mask off. How cool would it be to show him working on the suit, making it serious, making it dark? He lost everything. Show that, but you can't do that and then have dudes running through a casino playing jokes and Ray and all this running around. It would do garbage. Just bad. I was rolling my eyes in the back of my head so much it hurt me. I was giving myself a concussion. I mean, it's just, and even the Mandalorian, great, it's fine, but it's basic. I mean, it's basic. And then he's fighting all these chicks, and we got to check every box. Mandalorian's fine, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, mediocrity, I am burnt, man, but I'm not burnt because I need a break. I'm burnt because it's trash. I don't need another Matrix. I don't need one. I don't need another Matrix. I mean, the original Matrix was unreal. Animatrix, unbelievable. The other ones were nowhere near as good, but those movies, the next two Matrix, are Academy Award winners compared to what we have now. All right, here we go. I'm actually now get me on a rant. Let's see. I mean, Spider-Man, there's only so much you can do with those characters if you're going to keep them in the same universe. You can easily. I mean, the Spider-Verse was great. What a cool take on the character. Young character, totally different. That was a cool take. I enjoyed that. And then even when they showed the other Spider-Mans, they weren't Spider-Mans that we had seen before. They had the drunk Spider-Man and they had the anime Spider-Man. That was cool. Let's see. Well, and the thing is about Tony Z with Electro, the problem with Electro was, again, using the hot actor, which was Jamie Foxx, who's a talented guy. But you think I mean, and look, I've said this in a million live streams. If the guy ever sees me, he'll kill me. I don't want to see The Rock in anything else. I don't want to see him in Shazam. I don't want to see Chris Pratt in every single franchise. If you guys follow me, I don't need to see, like, sometimes, like with like Game of Thrones initially, you didn't know those actors. They kind of melted into their roles because you didn't know them. When you watch foreign films, you're watching Squid Game. Tell me you know any of those actors. You get lost in the performance. I see The Rock being The Rock. I don't need to see him in Shazam. I never saw Schwarzenegger play another character that wasn't like an original character. He didn't play G.I. Joe. So it's like just constantly. I mean, the dude's every place. I mean, how many more films are you going to do with your shorts and, Journey to the Center of the Universe, Jumanji 1 and 2? Come on, man. Like Robin Williams did that film. John Wick, right? John Wick, awesome. I don't need 6 of them. And because Keanu came back, now he's going to be in everything. So they oversaturate, they use it, and they toss them. And it's hard because the content's not great. They just use these characters, they throw them out. I don't need to see Keanu and everything. There's a million actors out there, guys. A million. I remember when they picked up what's his name that did Superman. He was a good Superman. It was a dark film, but give him more than a few movies. Now you put him in the Avengers and you get Ben Affleck? Like, Ben Affleck is Batman? And even the guy that's playing Batman now, Robert Pattinson, the dude from Twilight. Again, talented dude. But really, why? Why? You know how many actors there are out there that are phenomenal that you could just put in there that they could just melt into the role? I'm going to rant real quick. Hold on. I'm going to tell you why I'm going to rant. I got to rant on this. If you guys are a fan of Uncharted, the game, the graphics are so good in those games. The dude that plays in Uncharted, the actual actor, looks like that dude. I look more like the Uncharted guy than Tom Holland. So you have him as Drake, who is like 6'3", and you put this little guy in there who is Spider-Man. And now you're going to put Marky Mark as Sully? As Sully? As Sully? Marky Mark? Marky Mark? Tell me the logic in that. Double R. I know, I'm getting passionate. This is what I'm going to start doing podcasts. Forget this YouTube nonsense. But Marky Mark is Sully? The dude's got gray hair, a mustache. He's 60. I need Marky Mark in that? Come on, man. And then even look at Last of Us, right? Last of Us. The guy that plays Joel looks like every other just country dude. Not hard to find a guy that looks like Joel. And you want the dude from The Mandalorian in there. Why? He's fine. He's okay. The guy, even The Mandalorian, he's okay. But why is he in that franchise? You don't need, just find a guy that can just be this. I don't know, man. All right. I'm going to chill. Come on. Mozart's Ghost. Look it up. Look up the trailer. I mean, I want to just be in the room. So I'm a Transformers fan. Huge Transformers fan. When you make these films with all these characters in these bios, I mean, amazing characters. Megatron, Starscream, Optimus Prime, Ironhide, Ratchet, Prowl, Devastator. You have 300 characters to choose from. And you're like, cool. Let's give Shia LaBeouf's mom drug-filled brownies. Like, who's sitting in that room going, oh, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I mean, I remember watching Transformers, and they're looking at Megan Fox. I'm like, yeah, she's pretty. I'll see you in a magazine. I don't need all the comedy. I don't need it. And, like, all these robots are like, what's up? Like, they're being all these different, like, they don't need to do that. You don't need it. Just let them just be them. You don't need to make Megatron any different. And think about Megatron. They put Hugo Weaving from Matrix in that. That dude was in Matrix. He was in Matrix, 3 of those, the same freaking character. Then he was in Lord of the Rings, and then they had him in V for Vendetta. Then you made him Megatron with Frank Welker on the bench. Like, who does these? Like, who sits in these rooms and says, "Oh yeah, we got to do it"? Who sits in these rooms and goes, "Yeah, you know what we got to do? Check it out." Anybody play Uncharted? No. You know who we get? Mark Wahlberg. Really? Like, who sits in those rooms and is like, yeah, Marky Mark? And I like Mark Wahlberg. He's fine. I liked him 50 movies ago. But he's always Mark Wahlberg. He's not Sully. You know how many older guys are Sully? They could, Last of Us, that dude, I can't even think of his name. He was great in Game of Thrones, but then he was in Wonder Woman was garbage. Absolute garbage. As the main, he was like a genie. Oh my God, it was so bad. Rachel, super chat. Honey, you don't need to, I can call you honey. You don't need to do super chat. Just say what's up, but I appreciate it. I only watch foreign movies. I'm fed up with remakes. Absolutely. When you're watching a foreign film, don't you sometimes say to yourself, I love the way these guys act. It's so authentic. Because you don't know who they are. It's not because they're speaking a different language. You're actually watching it going, I love his performance. I love her performance. Because you're not watching J-Lo. Like, who was casting Batman and was like, oh, Ben Affleck. And he actually did a good job. But like, man. Tom Hanks is Sully. If you're going to use an overplayed actor, use him. Or Sam, or the dude from the mustache, Sam Neill, all these other guys, man. I don't know. Corey, Mega Marky Mark Markatron. All right. Should I get off? Should we stop? Is this getting to be too crazy now? I'm starting to let get a little too much. You guys see why even doing TV stuff for me is boring to a degree. I'll talk about TVs all day. But I'm not a scientist. I don't pretend to be a calibrator. I don't care to be a calibrator. I love passion. I love writing. An example, I was watching Shining the other day, as I mentioned to you guys. Now, I read the book Shining as a kid. I saw the movie. I watched the movie the other day. They're so different. The book is completely different. And if you've ever had a chance to read the book, The Shining, the story is amazing. But because Jack, my wife's yelling at my kids again, but to see him as a father, Torrance as a father in the book, he's more sympathetic. He's more loving. He's more where if you look at him and, he's kind of mean right from the beginning of The Shining. But when you look at The Shining, the set design, especially in 4K, watch the typewriter, the rugs, the walls, the lighting and the snow, though the snow wasn't real, the way they blended that in, you feel like you could live in it. You could sit in it and you can live in it. Even the writing, the performances. Now, what you have is horrible writing, crazy amount of CG, nothing original. I mean, everything is a remake, and it's all about money. You're right. And, it's when something does well, a Squid Game, okay? Squid Game does well, takes the world by storm. It was good for different reasons. It was at first kind of silly. Then it was very violent. And then when you got to where he had to decide, you have to decide who your teammates are. You start, then it gets emotional. End it. It's okay to say it's over. I grew up with sequels, and I always wanted another Halo. But when I'm playing things like that now, all I can think about is what they were and how much better they were. And someone's got to make up some new stuff. You just need to. It just needs to happen. And what makes me mad about it when I'm playing, I got 3 games right now: Battlefield, Call of Duty, and Halo. And I don't want to play any of them because they're tired. They're just tired. It's the same thing, and it's the same, but creativity, guys. And I'll share this with you guys too. I remember this when it came out. I remember when Pacific Rim came out, right? I remember seeing the trailer, and Benicio del Toro did that film, and they basically said it's monsters and robots. I saw the trailer. I was like, wow, that's really, really entertaining. And Charlie Human from Sons of Anarchy was in it, and the other dude from that. It was, the acting wasn't great. You had your boy Idris Elba, who's in everything too, but it got better. It was original, and I remember when the reviews came out, it was all about, what's this based on? What's this based on? Is this based on a book, comic? No, it's original. Thumbs down. The movie tanked here. It did well in other areas, but here it tanked. Because it's not based on a book or a comic book. I don't want to have to read the backstory. Let's do an original story. It's okay. There's only so many places you can take Michael Myers or Jason or Freddy. There's only so many places. There's only so many places you can take Superman. You got to come up with some new stuff. It's okay. Create a new superhero. Create some stories. Try something new. All right. Thinking of getting the OLED A80J. What are your thoughts on it? To me, it's one of the best panels, Earth Human, and the whole this year. One of the best OLEDs ever released. I think it's excellent. Excellent upscaling, beautiful picture quality. Can't go wrong with it. I think it's phenomenal. Tech me out. Hey, Brian, can you stand next to your TV when you get a chance? I want to give my wife perspective. Let's see. Standing up's not going to help me because I got some beat up shorts on, but it's huge. It's gigantic. I think about my wingspan is what it is. Let's see. Crypto color. Yeah, how many Batmans you need? But here's the thing about say something like Batman. That's why I like the Joker. Because they basically took Seven and Taxi Driver and just smashed them together. Doesn't have to connect. Don't look too into it. Just let it be separate. And it was good. But why do I want to see Joaquin Phoenix do another one when I know full well the guy doesn't want to? Even when I'm watching Venom, Tom Hardy doesn't want to do those. Doesn't want to do those. You know what sequel I want? Someone else brought up Seven. What sequel I want? I wanted a sequel. Who else brought up Seven recently in here? He wanted it on Blu-ray. Oh, Jay's Wade. My game so far is actually It Takes Two as game of the year. That was awesome. Playing that multiplayer was fantastic. Seven. Now, bear with me. So in Seven, David ends up, at the end of the film, he ends up in the car. And then, you have Somerset, who's getting ready to retire. I mean, that would have been an interesting story where Somerset, for instance, you want to do a sequel to that. How did he do was he in a mental hospital? Does he become a criminal? How does he do? Having Somerset try to help David. Does David disappear? Think about that as a sequel. You don't need Gwyneth Paltrow in it. You didn't need Kevin Spacey in it. But you can take a story like that, and because your mind is always about where to go. That is an interesting sequel. But even Dr. Sleep was an interesting sequel. It was many years later. The problem with something like Dr. Sleep is you didn't know if it was basing itself on the film or the book. Because the book, the house blows up or the hotel blows up in the book way before. So the sequel thing just needs to stop. Even if you want to do something like Star Wars, guys. Even with Mandalorian, do you know how big the universe is? You don't need to connect those. You don't need to say, "Oh my god, look." I'll joke with you about this. If you watch like Solo and those, that dude only had one outfit. He had no other life, no other. There's a whole universe to explore. Oh, does 7 have a 4K Blu-ray? It does not. It doesn't have a 4K Blu-ray from as far as I know. Now, Golden Child. Dude, Golden Child, right? Oh, wait. Kevin says the Golden Child remake, but make it darker. So, like the Golden Child, if you guys remember that, Eddie Murphy was on like this hot streak. And there's a great scene in the beginning where he's playing basketball with the kids. And he's talking to this girl who was like looking for the missing child. And he says, he's like, oh, I love children. And the kid's like, yo, you come? And he goes, shut up. Golden Child was, again, original. Now, if it was good or not, we can debate that all day, but it was original. He was just a like a detective, or he was helping looking for kids, and it was supernatural, and he wasn't based on anything. Doesn't have to be Constantine Part 9. You don't need it. Just do it original. It's much easier. So hey, look, IRL HDR brings up a good point, right? Perfect example. IRL HDR says Stranger Things, right? So Stranger Things, when I first saw the first season, I was blown away. I was like, wow. Supernatural. You had some Cura in it. You had the girl was powerful, and it was all this. And then he says it right here. I'm going to have to make it up. Here's IRL says, that's why I love Stranger Things season 1, because it was an original horror sci-fi story about kids in a small neighborhood that felt grounded. Now the kids are fighting the Soviet Union. And it's all about everyone talking smack and being funny and slapstick while you just murdered my whole family. I'm like, oh my God, isn't that? It's just stupid. Stupid. And the season 1, boom, call it a day. But we're all about making things as funny and slapstick and doing all that. It's not at all necessary. It's just, and now they're beating it to death. It just doesn't need to be the case. It just doesn't. Sean, what's up, my boy Sean? How you doing, my friend? Yeah, Battlefield, it's good. It's just, I think coming from Call of Duty, you might find it frustrating because it's 1,000 versus 1,000, but give it a shot, bro. I think you'll like it. It'll definitely get better. It's not good right now, but it's definitely a little different than Call of Duty. Thanks for jumping on, Sean. It's glad you're watching, bro. What about a new Blob? Blob was good, but Blob, again, like, there's Blob versus Godzilla. You can't stop it. Romeo is bleeding. See, a movie like Romeo is bleeding, you can't even make that movie right now. I'll give you an example. You guys ever see Collateral with Tom Cruise? You think he makes that movie now? It's him and Jamie Foxx. He's like a, Matt. No, he's got to do Jack Reacher 6 and, whatever the hell, Mission Impossible 9. No, I like Mission Impossible, but they're the same thing over and over. They're very formulaic. They're the same thing. Now, you can tell me all day, it's fine, shut off your mind stuff. Absolutely, it is. But I liked Extraction. Thought that was cool. That was something that was new. But the same characters over and over. I don't know, man. I'm just bored of it. Even having all the technology I have, these systems, these gaming systems, and there's nothing I feel like playing. It's just... No, yeah, Tom Cruise, my bad. Did I say Tom Hanks? Let's see. All right, got me on a tangent. Yeah, the TV's plenty bright, my friend. Hi, Jake. Can I take a second and talk about gaming on a 77-inch versus 83? Is it a huge difference? It's massive. It's massive. It's, I think, 16% larger. It's massive. I game, it's going to sound, I game like 5 feet away from it, 5 to 6 feet. So if I turn around and put my head where the camera is, that's where I game. So I'm like this. You see the size of the camera, right? You see the size of the. So, like the immersion, I'm not this close, obviously, but when you're sitting here playing a driving game or something, that's how I'm playing. And it's 77 is a huge difference, or 83 is a huge difference between the two. If you have the funds, I think you'd be very happy with it. And I didn't find Jake, I didn't find the 77-inch and 83-inch to be soft or too soft. I actually thought it was just as clean and just as sharp. If you can go 83, bro, go with it. Go with it. That game, The Last of Us, was really good, part 1 and 2. I really like the first one. You're trying to trigger me, aren't you? Crypto color, like you trying to. No, the first one was phenomenal. I won't comment too much on the second one. It might have been Cyborg. I mean, basing something loosely is fine. Do that all day. But just something original. I like Dune, but I liked Dune, right? So Dune, again, is a mammoth book, you're trying to cover. I liked Dune a lot. I thought it was very good. You're welcome, Jake. So like I did like, and I thought the casting in Dune was tricky, right? So the casting in Dune, the young kid, great. I don't need to see the chick from another Spider-Man. She's from another thing. So it's like you only be in so many franchises. It should be a rule. You can't be in 9 franchises. And then having Jason Momoa in it. All right, basically the same character he is in everything. And then Batista. All right, there's a bunch of big guys you can put in those roles. Jason's great. So is Batista. They're nowhere near as played out as, say, The Rock. So I was fine with it. I thought it was very good. But Dune isn't something that's really played out either. It's but see, like we go back to Star Wars, I really enjoyed Rogue One, Rogue Squadron, whatever. I like that one. The other one's just, it's too much into the slapstick, funny, trying to make a joke stuff. It's just stupid. You can have all kinds of comedy without going to that. Guardians of the Galaxy, I did not play low to high simply because I'm just a little fatigued with the superhero stuff. But I heard it was very good. Brian, we need AO-rated games to reinvent. But that goes back into what we said. It's about making money. So if you put us in a room and said, hey, tell me what your thoughts are. And I've talked to people that are in the filming industry and I've brought this up and it goes back to the same thing. Money. Is it going to make a lot of money? And, even the original Star Wars and that, it was always about getting you, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your kids. There's really too many options now for, like, my kids watch the Marvel stuff with me and they're like, yeah, it's cool, bro. I can't get them to watch it now. They're 2 girls. They're like, nah, I'm good. But trying to capture every person out there and make something for everyone is very hard. You can't make a funny horror movie with no violence and no horror. So it's like you end up trying to do so much that you don't do anything, and that's a challenge. And, it's just a challenge to do that. But when you're talking about making these video game franchises and having like Marky Mark in them, I just don't get that. I don't know. Just don't get it, man. Zack Snyder's take on super movie, Zack Snyder's that very stylized look's not for everybody, but I do like it darker. But then again, Marvel with the original Iron Man, not the other ones, but those films for a while there were awesome. They had just the right amount of humor. Not too much, but then like Iron Man 2, 3, like what am I watching? But the other ones were great. But then it's just they spend too much time on that and too much, again, I don't know, just too much, man. Hallmark movies. All right, guys. So we got 8 o'clock. I guess what I'm saying about the originality is I'd love to just something that it doesn't have to be super different. Even something like what was the one Brightburn? like an interesting take on superhero movies. He's basically an evil Superman. That was cool. It was a cool little movie. It was violent as hell, and he was pretty. It was like a horror film. But like, why didn't that movie get more love? Just for trying. Just for trying. I mean, think about something like 28 Days Later, right? 28 Days Later with the fast moving zombies, right? First time they actually really did that. And then forever, that's all we had. You know, that's all eventually all we had was crazy running zombies and everything we watched, right? Just do another one. So Rachel, chill with the super chats. What's your favorite music? I like heavy metal. Yeah, I was more of a metal guy, rock and roll back in the day, definitely. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. I can't believe you're off today, Rachel. Must be on vacation. Rick Shaheen is in the house. Rick is a major Transformers fan. He missed our Transformers rant. But even that, you know, there's only so many places you can go without trying something new. But yeah, Rachel, I was more of a hard rock metal fan. I loved rap back in the 90s. I think I'm older than you are, but I enjoyed that back in the day. I'm not a big fan of, again, maybe I'm just getting old. I might just be getting old. But and 28 Days Later, as you know, Terry sang, Dartman is saying, is like this is a whole new. It was this whole concept of, you know, an experiment gone wrong, and created this rage. Explanation done. Like The Walking Dead. All I ever wanted with The Walking Dead was just to show me where it came from. Now we'll do Fear of the Walking Dead. All right, cool. And they skip over how it started. Show me how it started. Like I want to see a lot of this, how it started. But you don't have to go back. You don't have to circle around and show Rick. There's a million people alive. Don't go show Rick. You don't need to see Rick. And for nostalgia, they want us always to jump into nostalgia and connect to it. You don't have to. You don't have to. Come up with something else. Let's see. All right. 30 Days a Night was a cool movie. You know, but you know how hard it would be to make that movie now? You know, it would have to be a Netflix original. And that's why, to me, that's why streaming and that stuff is actually taking over. Is that they're the only thing that, and that's because they're just grabbing people making, you know, original content. I watched that Midnight Mass. It was a very slow, but that's okay. I'm watching a series. It's okay. It was like a vampire Salem's Lot type thing. But we don't need to Hollywood it up. You know what's funny? If you guys like vampire stuff, have you ever seen Let the Right One In? I think it was a Dutch film, but the original one, I mean, the US one was fine. Made the girl really pretty and they did all that. But the original one, amazing. Totally unique. Totally unique. And, you know, I Saw the Devil, all these like really violent foreign films, man. Like they bring them over here and everybody's beautiful. Everybody's a model. Everyone's got to look good. Everything's got to be funny. Doesn't have to be that way. But I want to look forward to things, you know? Interview the Vampire. But see, Interview the Vampire, like those books, back then when that came out, Tom Cruise was a bad casting for Lestat. Brad Pitt was a good casting for Lewis, but Tom Cruise was not a good casting for Lestat. Now, if you look back at that film, it actually is very good. But movies like, if you like Brad Pitt, Legends of the Fall, great movie. Let's see. I still remember driving 28 Days. So IRL HCR says, I still remember driving DVRing 20 days later and got 28 days with Sandra Bullock, was like her in rehab. You're a little disappointed. It's funny. All right, guys, what else you want to talk about while we're here? We're losing people. We got 61 left, which is actually pretty impressive because I'm sitting here just drinking, talking to you guys. Let's see. Metal Gear. That would be really interesting, but Metal Gear's got such a very convoluted story, even their shorts. So they'd have to trim that down. But yeah, that would be interesting. Even if they did Metal Gear, um, even if they did Metal Gear as a animation, that'd be great. Rick, I know you're not talking about Marky Mark Uncharted, because if you tell me you're looking forward to that, we're gonna have an issue. We're gonna have an issue. Socrates, I'm Dutch and I found our shows TVs are terrible. Oh, okay. Man, I don't watch many of the shows. Any movies coming up that I'm looking forward to? Not really, honestly. I'm somewhat entertained by what's going to happen with Matrix, but again, I don't see why. Like, what's the point? I don't know. Not really a lot. That's sad to say with movies. I'm not too excited by much. I would say that game-wise, I was very excited for this month, and I felt a little bit let down by what came out, to be honest. Let's see. Like Anthony Zena, Cyberpunk, man, that's a great example of where we are with gaming. Total good example. The game still hasn't been updated. Rachel, 1971, you do have me. You do have me. All right, a couple years. You're a couple years. You don't have to do super chats, Rachel. Let's talk. I'll say hi to you. 1971. Okay, you are a little bit older than me. Yeah, I just turned 47 this year. What's everybody's age out there? What's the best crossover, either game or anime to live action? Guys, answer that question in the comments. What's the best crossover, either game? I always wanted was the Cura film is what I always wanted. Now I realize I don't really want it. Rick is 47, Corey's 41, Double R is 48, IRL's 39, Anthony Z is 34, going to be 35, Kale is 33, Snake 20. Snake's a baby in there. What's up, Snake? You must be so bored listening to me. Dermain's 39. Crypto Lights Tech is 38. Terry, 63? Actually, I think I knew that already, Terry. Happy birthday, bro. Terry's going to be, happy birthday, Terry. Terry's going to be 63 on Monday. Loda High is 30. Socrates is 38. M for All Pies, who hasn't even talked this whole time. What's up, my friend, is 41. Sterling B Digital's 43. Alcazar is 52. MH 64. Cyborg. God, guess I love that you're. I'm gonna do an age. I'm gonna do an age live stream. Sterling 43, Alcazar 52, MH 64, Cyborg 41, Z Black Rider 55, Tony Z 57, Kevin Bird, I'm 43, Anthony is 62, MBJ 22. God, that is unreal. So when I say that I'm younger than all you guys, I'm actually not young. I think we only had 2 20-year-olds in the whole house. Yeah, everybody take a second and wish Terry happy birthday. Is there anything that you guys are excited about that you want to see? Is there anything you're excited about with films or shows or any games that you guys are amped about that you want to see? Let me know what you guys think. I'll tell you why I love this community is that the entire chat is like saying happy birthday to my boy Terry. Like, we're the only community, I think, like on this platform that is so cool. Guys are so friendly, so nice. I mean, it really, really amazing. Elden Ring, very cool. Dying Light, yep. Esports, boxing, okay. God of War 2, Snake, yeah. God of War 1, you talk about reinventing, where you go from when you went from God of War, that game, how amazing God of War 3 was, and then they just take that big chance. Talk about reinventing something, but keeping the story intact. Really amazing transition they made there. Schoolie, I think it's worth updating the A9G to the A90J if you're going up in size. I do think the A90J is a good deal better processing wise, but if you're not going up in size, it is not worth going up to. If you're going up in size, absolutely. Efferal Pies, greetings from Greece. I hope things are okay in Greece, my friend. I hope your 83-inch 80J is good, bro. Oh, Tony Z, you saw that live stream after Value Electronics shootout? That was so funny. That was so funny. That was hysterical. And you know what's funny, guys? I have a Value Electronics shootout video. I have like 4 hours of footage. I never put it up. It was just there were so many people at the time putting out so much stuff that I didn't even bother putting it up. But I'll definitely put it up. Let's see. The Crow. Oh my god. You know what's interesting with this whole thing with Alec Baldwin? That really brought the whole Crow, the Brandon Lee thing back, man. What a tragedy, but what a freaking movie. And very different than the graphic novel. But and basing things on graphic novels is again something people see but don't really know all the. I mean, that was amazing. I mean, the Crow still stands up. Still stands up. Brandon Lee, what a future he was going to have, huh? Jeez. Yeah, Jermaine. I know the 80. That's why they tried to make the A90 its own thing because they knew it was going to be expensive. They knew they were going to charge a lot for it. You're not really going to see a big price, Joffrey, with the drive. The Mastery is not really going to drop. They just don't have to. They just don't have to. RL Wyeth, how are you? I've been good, man. You stay safe too. Thank you for saying hi. And I look and back to what we were saying about cyberpunk is getting brought up in here. I do feel I give you an example. So we have 65 people watching, and I mean I'm no one. I'm not deserved of your ear. I'm not an entertainer. We're just friends. That's why we're chatting. That's what makes me me, and why I connect with you guys is I'm not offering anything, but just being a friend that you can talk to. But our time, the time we spend watching content, or the time we spend messing with TVs like the C1 when there was an issue with it recently with these HTCP issues. Paulo, what's up? How are you? Good to see you, brother. Hope things are okay where you are, my friend. I know things are tough over there. The time we spend haggling with or messing around with these TVs and with these games not being complete, to me, I take that very personal because our time is so valuable. And I don't mean money. Yeah, time is money, but the time you spend on the planet, the time you spend where you could be with your family, right? So my family's upstairs. I got 2 little kids, and I plan on spending time with you guys. That's a choice. That's not a waste of time. That is me spending time. I love being on YouTube, but I love it for what we're doing. I'm not trying to make YouTube a career. Obviously, I don't do enough of it. I just don't have any desire to do that. But I did this channel because I was going through these defective panels and it was so lonely. And there was no one to talk. No one's going to feel bad for a $3,000 TV not working. Right. So I started filming. For those of you that have been with me since the beginning, I started filming just some gameplay. I started talking, and that's the way to spend my time is friendship. But when I spend 2 or 3 hours, and I'm not talking about tinkering with a car or building a PC. That's different. That's you working on something. But when you have something like this HTCP thing with LG, people spent like 5-6 hours trying to figure that out. Or these games not being done or finished. It's so much time wasted that I could be doing something else versus not just wasting my time, but spending that time in distress or spending that time pissed off or raging because I'm like, wow, this game. I mean, Cyberpunk, the hours you spend on games like that time, and the thing with that's when money is part of it. You did buy it. You did buy the game. I spent $100 on Battlefield. Now, partly that was to bring you guys content. I've only done 2 videos on it because it wasn't worth doing content on it. But these things that we pay for need to be finished. don't release it. And there's always going to be bugs, guys. If you buy a game that's online and the servers don't work the right way, that's any go live thing in corporate America, retail, it's always going to happen. But when you get into uh, not even a defective product, but something, if you look at something with updates or whatever, you don't know it's not working, so you're trying to figure it out. That time is just wasted. And that's when I struggle with that when I end up spending 2 or 3 hours on something that's not done and I've already paid for it. Corey Melvin, how much are you into? Am I into audio? Um, Enough, I would say, Corey. I really love surround sound. I have a B&W system, but not enough to take that next jump. You know, like I spend time with, you guys know Shane from Spare Change is a good friend of mine who's got an incredible system. And even when he was here in my room, thought it sounded good. It was plenty loud enough for me to take the next jump. Is just thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars more for little incremental changes. So it's not something that I'll go more into. I mean, like the speakers that I would get now are, they're to be better than what I have. It just gets to be, I know it's not going to be a big difference. So that's where I'm at. So, I'm into it, but I'm not into it enough, because even with the top of the line speakers and cables, my ear is, I like loud, I like destruction, I like surround sound. So, I don't go nuts with that. And actually I'm the opposite too. I'm actually impressed with what we see with a lot of these sound bars like the HCA9. I think it's awesome. So I enjoyed that. But I have a discrete surround sound system here. But when I think about upgrading at Core, I already have an amp. Now I'm looking at doing 3 amps, and I'm like, like this sub I have here is 4,000. I can put another one here because it provides balance, but it's really, the difference is so little. So I can't. So you're one of those crazy audio fools. Yeah, I mean, it's it is a deep dive when you get into audio. It gets endless. How many subs do I have right now? I only have one, Jermaine. It's right there. Can you guys see that? Hold on. Can you see that, Jermaine? It's the SVS barrel. It's a beast, man. It'll move your clothes. But it's like I can get the other one, but it's like $2,000 more for the other one. And I'm like, I'm not really going to see a huge difference. The room's too small, but I usually have 2. Low to high. I would have been better off buying an expensive. I agree. I mean, I find it frustrating. Thanks, Jermaine. Oh, I know full HD. I know you weren't serious with that. Double R, you're right. The gaming backlog, I totally agree with you. And I think the way they're supporting a lot of these games, like going back, and I'll just say, like, give you an example. Ratchet and Clank. So Ratchet and Clank came out, and my good friend online here, Brass Tacks, knocked it out like day one. Beats the game, loves it. Didn't like it, but he had to choose between this fidelity mode and this other mode. And then like a week later, they updated it with this fidelity mode, which is 40 FPS. And he was pissed. So like now I find myself waiting to play games until they're updated. Like Far Cry 6, I know that's going to get some kind of update to make it cleaner or run better. I'll wait for that. So, but then there's that addiction too, guys, where I buy something because I just want something new. So I do buy a lot of games. And like, okay, well, I'll put that there. I'm not going to play it, but I love to have it for a little while. That's why Steam is so dangerous. Yeah, Rick likes to talk smack about me and my picture quality settings. He doesn't like cool colors. Let's see. 4 to 5 years for me on YouTube. I think it's probably, it's 2017. Yeah, 4 years. 4 years on YouTube. Yeah. But again, like if you look at me and hold on, this is actually, I'll turn that off so that's get busted for copyright. Me on YouTube, I approach it very differently than a lot of other YouTubers. I'm not trying to be the authority in anything. So I'm just you guys. The only difference between me and you is that I make a video on it. That's it. That's the only difference. I mean, I don't get paid as a sponsor or anything. I have a great relationship with Value Electronics. So you get to see some really cool technology, but I have no desire to be sponsored by any of these TV companies or anything like that. There's nothing they could really offer me. So I like, I like being able to talk about all. I would not want to do a video and have somebody tell me I can't say this, this, and that. Even though I typically don't beat up on any manufacturers, I had an opportunity to connect with Vizio and do something, and I didn't even follow through with it because I know there's too many things I'd say that are not great about the product. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Socrates Summer, the Steam Summer Sale, man. Oh, what are my preferences for picture type full HD? Well, honestly, I'm how can I say this? I don't need things to be super accurate. So when I'm watching any of the YouTube, even Vincent and those guys, they're talking about calibrated accuracy. I find a lot of that image to be boring. I do like to spice things up. I do like live color on Sony panels. I do like a little dynamic contrast. I'm not afraid of a little motion processing. It all depends on what I'm watching. And I do like very accurate images as well. When I'm watching older films, that have heavy grain structure, I do like to have a more accurate cinema. But if I have something like Pacific Rim, I'm not afraid to throw it in vivid. To have somebody tell you that's wrong or they don't like this, that's your thing. Enjoy the TVs the way you like them. The only problem with that sentiment though is HDR really keeps you from. I'll give you an example. Like playing some of these games lately, some of them are so washed out that I'm tempted to take down the OLED brightness. Not the OLED brightness, but brightness on an OLED, if that makes sense. And HDR kind of keeps you from doing that. You don't want to mess around with the panel brightness too much because HDR needs that all maxed. But I mean, there's times where I'd rather bring that down. I don't need the image to be hella bright if it's going to cause the OLED black level to rise. It just defeats the purpose for me. So that's why I don't do picture settings videos because they're so subjective, and people say, "Oh, I can't. Oh, you can't watch this. You can't watch that." In reality, you know, and like even Rick is talking about always tease Brian. If I played him in a shooter, I just hide in the shadow. And you know what? You're right. Because for me, it's really more about. I'm a picture quality guy, so I want things to look a certain way when I play, and and it's just I don't know, man. It's just like that's just to say this has to be more accurate or this has to be this or that's on you, And I enjoy messing around with the image quality, and that's why it's always okay to just to listen to somebody to a degree and then say, I don't really like that. I guarantee you this. Here's what I'll promise you. If we sat with a calibrator and I say it's somebody like Vincent from Vincent Tio and um even the Sony monitor, the reference monitor that everybody loves, I have a video on that too. I never released up at the Value Electronics shootout. I promise you, we'd all sit there and look at the most accurate dialed in image, and I promise you, half of us would go, yeah, I mean, it's all right." Like even warm on the C1 all the way down is, it's more accurate to this color space. Yeah, but I don't think if I like it. I like my OLEDs to be cool. Now, unfortunately, on camera, OLEDs look blue or green. I like my colors at medium. They don't have to be accurate. If I'm watching a film, yeah, maybe I want it accurate, but I really want Halo to look accurate. So it's really on what you guys want to watch and how you guys want to see things. Phantom Stranger, let's see. Gears of War 5 has the best. Yeah, it does look really good. Fred 215, what's up? I can't believe I'm still on here. Gears of War movie would be great. Yeah, you could have done that. Just don't. But see, like Gears of War, come on, man. Like put Marcus, keep that chick out. Put Marcus in there. Efrol Pies 8K to me is an absolute. It's the new 3D. Let's see. We had a special guest in here pop in. Oh, tonight, we have tonight. I don't know why he's even free because it's a Saturday night. I know he's working. Is you have China D Techno Dad in the chat. If you guys don't know Techno Dad, China D, you should know him. Got a big channel. Check him out. China D is one of the nicest guys on the platform. He's one of the OGs of the tech platform. China D, what's up? And China D and I had a chance to party after the Value Electronics shootout. Definitely would have loved to spend more time with this dude. He was really, really cool. Producer, does music, DJ, really, really great guy. What's up, China D? You guys all know him. If you guys are around here, you guys know who he is. Fred, I'm telling you right now, Fred, what's a good, vivid setting, but also standard looks good on, especially Sony OLEDs. Standard looks good. For nature content, LA, that's a tough one too, LA, because standard and nature content, even though you want it to be accurate, is usually filmed with such high-end cameras, you can push it with a standard. Check out Techno Dad. What's up, everyone? I'm actually at home playing COD Vanguard. Just got out of surgery, and I'm loving these painkillers right now. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I hope you feel better. What happened, China? I didn't even know you were in surgery, brother. So China D, big audio video guy, actually stepped into the heavyweight division as an 83-inch. I hope he's loving it. We have to, China, we got to do a live stream, me and you, bro. Let's see. Hope you feel better, brother. Or hit me up during the week, man. We got to catch up. Yeah, if you get a chance, go on my channel and watch the live stream after party. It's hysterical. If you want to see your boy running around the city banged up, that's the way to go. Let's see. Any thoughts on Q Symphony type soundbars that combine the use of TV speakers? I've not had any experience with those, my friend. I do like, I don't know ones about mixing and matching speakers, excuse me, but I do like, look at Rick. Rick's telling me it's his ankle. Rick, man. Rick, like, it's his ankle. Don't worry about it. I like soundbars the way I like consoles. This one-stop setup. But I don't know anything about mixing those together. The Q Symphony, it sounds interesting, but I don't know anything about it. I'm sorry. China, do you playing basketball, bro? You hurt your ankle DJing. I know you did. Rick's so concerned. I'm sure he left. Techno Dad. Oh, look at, he's still in here talking. Techno Dad. See, these big YouTubers, they jump on little YouTuber live streams just to say hi, and then they take off. So Techno Dad said, yeah, for sure. We should do a live stream. Yes, we are. Ooh, Achilles tendon. That's not your ankle. Achilles tendon is no joke. No joke. Feel better, bro. Hopefully you didn't tear it. Hopefully you just yeah, FOMO's setup. Yeah, that must be nice. I'll be in California. Oh, China, you're really far. Do you heard it dancing at that festival? My man. China, I'm going to be in LA in January, but you're like way out you're really far away, aren't you? All right. All right, guys. So we are in 2 hours, 47 minutes. God damn. What's so funny is that we do these this long and we're not talking about anything. Let's see. Thanks, Rick. Oh, you ruptured? Oh, Techno, you're down for a year, bro. That is awful. Whisper, Cyborg, Whisper, what do you think about the USA and UK shootouts? The USA meaning the Value Electronics shootout. I think Vincent knows his stuff. He definitely knows his stuff, and he's the one calibrating him. And I think he had one other guy this year. The guy knows his stuff, man. I think the only thing with the shootouts I would change, guys, even the Value Electronics one, is I'd love to see some LEDs run wild. Let them run wild. Like you don't, actually you should do your accuracy and 8K HDR, 4K HDR. Like we had the 8K TV, the ZX versus the A90, and I wish we could have seen the 8K ZX doing 8K content versus the A90. So I think we have some tweaking to do to make it better. But I think they're both excellent. So I like them both. Yeah, China D, man. That's a year, bro, to recover. Just stay off it, man. How you gonna stay off it, man? That's gonna be tough. Yeah, Temple, a live stream after party, man. Jesus, that was a great. You know what's funny? So I got up that next morning to help with the setup for all the for Value Electronics. I did all the setup for the projectors. Oh my god, I was so hungover. It was an expensive night too. Oh my god. China D, that night was good, right? We did the we were hanging out at the bar in a club. That was hysterical. Oh my god. There's a bunch of YouTubers chilling. That was great. All right, guys. So we got 2 hours, 50 minutes. What do you think? You guys want to wind it up? You guys, anything you want to talk about? It's amazing we had this many people in here tonight, considering I gave you guys like 20 minutes notice. I put it up in the community today, but I'll try to plan these better and we'll get some people in here. But I think it's good to have it smaller so we can actually talk. Socrates, did you? That wasn't China D. That was Spirit Change. Guys, if you watch that video, right, Spirit Change actually takes my Uber, leaves his boy with me, and then later on, I had to go back to my room to get his camera equipment, and I turn around and he's randomly brushing his teeth at like 3 in the morning on the side of the street. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? That's actually on camera. Okay. That was funny. Anthony, good night, man. I'm glad things are going well, bro. Thank you for saying hi. Franchise, what do I think about PS5 getting VRR patched in? I guess it would be fine. I don't really see the need for it. I mean, it's is that official? I know they've had PS5's had VRR the whole time in regards to Sony TVs. That was the rumor. But it's fine. I mean, because franchise, it's great to have on the CX, but it's not necessary. It's not, you don't have to have it. It's good to have, but you don't have to have it. Let's see. All right, guys, we have another. Let's go a full 3. We'll do a full 3 hours. It is now 8:30. 8:35 puts us at 3 hours. Let's see. Got some questions that I might have missed. What are you guys doing tonight? You guys going out tonight? You guys hanging home? The Bacardi's no joke. This live stream is brought to you by Bacardi. This rum punch is legit. Ooh. Some techno dad got hurt dancing at a music festival. Oh, I hear that, Tara. I'm making up for lost time. I know I have not been. I don't know, man. I have not been doing any live streams. But like I said, and I've said this too. FOMO and I were discussing. We have a good group. Me, Techno Dad, all these guys. We all work together. We all we collaborate, and it's great. It's great to. I think YouTubers and to be together versus ripping each other down. I think it's a great advantage. The only disadvantage is that you don't want to step on each other's toes. You really don't want to You can team up so much, but I got to the point to where I couldn't even put up a live stream without bumping into someone else's live stream. And that was frustrating. And I voiced it to that group of guys. I'm like, damn, man, like I can't even put a video out without everyone but those guys do so much more content than me. You know, they put out videos every day or whatever. To me, again, YouTube is just a hobby, but I clearly have a lot to say. I've been on here for 3 hours. But it does, and I'm sure Techno Dad can speak to this as well, is sometimes when you're ready to put up something, sometimes you can hesitate because it's already been done. You know, I remember when the Sony released the X95 finally, and Robert got his, and he's like, "Look, I'll send one to you," and I'm like, "No, thanks." It sounds ridiculous, guys, but by the time I would have had it, it had already been fully covered and returned by like 10 people. So there's times you're like, nah, you know, I'm all set, and then you would stop. So it's like putting in content, you really have to just do it yourself and do what you want. So I have probably 50 videos I could put out right now. The value electronics videos, I have all those. I have the shootout videos right now. I have the 100-inch Sony. I had the Q90A unboxing. But sometimes you're like, you know what? Why am I going to put out a Q90A unboxing? Who really wants to watch that? That TV's been out forever. So YouTube was never like that. YouTube, you put out whatever you want. Yeah, me and Spirit Change. Actually, Shane lives by me. So him and I got to get up and do more together. Just for a lot of us, it's time. With the other guys, like with FOMO, you make it so easy. And they just send you streams, but you'd find that you're on other people's channels so much, they want to watch you on that channel. And it's not like they always follow you back to your channel. So it's not about subscribers or anything, but it comes into sometimes you team up and you don't get a chance to say what you want. I have 3 hours up here talking to you guys, and I don't need to do the super chat thing and not saying that's not wrong, but I want to be able to talk to you guys as friends. To me, YouTube has always been about us chilling in a movie theater, but circular, where we're just sitting there talking and talking about whatever you want versus it having to be based on this and that. And the tech therapy thing is my thing. That makes me unique. The Best Buy thing is cool. Gaming, just kind of do what I want to do. And that's kind of why I don't watch anybody else anymore. I kind of just focus on my own channel. Even if I get hate from other channels, which I do, doesn't bother me. I just kind of just do my own thing and put up what I want. And it works better that way. And you've seen more content from me, not collaborating as much. Even though China D somebody I'd love to collaborate with, because him and I have a great time just talking. But I kind of want to do my own thing. And how much the upgrade from PS3 to PS5 full HD? Pretty massive. You mean as far as what graphical? He's just punking me. Pretty pretty substantial upgrade from PS4 to PS5. Z Black, you found me after what? RT. Let's see. Yeah, the shootout. I mean, but that's the thing, and you can see with Chana. If he's probably not in here right now, but when you see Chana, Artings, you saw me right after Artings. When I was talking to them on. Okay, I got you. When Chana D and I were hanging out, you could see that, like the group, we were all vibing, and Chana D were like laughing and drinking and hanging out. We could have chilled the entire night like that, and that's where I come alive. You know what I mean? I really enjoy. I can't just sit there and be like and talk about. I'm not technically not enough that I want to talk about it like that. So, I'm just a guy liking content. Techno Dad's still in the house, but like someone like Techno Dad, him and I talked offline for the first time. We talked for like 2 hours. And very little of that had to do with TVs or technology. We're just two guys chatting, and that's really what the channel is. Fred, do the review, the C1 and the Arnold voice. Did you guys watch the Battlefield video that I did? And I was like, come on. It was basically, I was trying to talk. but I was like, ah, come on. Did that one, the Van Damme accent, but it's just, I don't know, man. Yeah, come on. But it was such a fun time, man. It was such a fun time. But honestly, guys, TVs and stuff, that's all I had to do. There's just, it's, I don't know. There's just not, I don't know. There's just not enough. I got, hold on. While we're talking real quick, I'm going to put something up. So my good friend in the chat right now, you'll see her here, Jennifer Gala, my good friend Jennifer. So being a YouTube creator is definitely a challenge, because for this reason is that everything is copyright. No, I don't want to update my TV. So Jennifer Gala, who is a creator, not just on YouTube, just in general, filmmaker, musician, producer. So Jennifer's got her channel, but she's also doing, this is her channel here. So do me a favor, and Techno Dad too. Techno Dad doesn't need that love, but you always gotta. Anybody comes in the chat, you gotta plug them. Which is funny because nobody plugs me when I'm. No one's like, "Yo, subscribe to Brian." Jennifer Gala's content is insane as far as photography, visually. So go to her channel, you'll see it, Jennifer Gala, and then she has this work is exquisite, and her other channel that she just launched, and I'm going to do a video on this, is the HDR Super channel, which is also behind me. And that's my good friend Jennifer, who's there. And yeah, nobody's plugging me, Techno Dad. Nobody plugs Brian. I'm the girl at the party that no one wants to give any love to. Like, they want me at the party, Techno Dad, just to bring the girls and the friends, but then they want me to leave. But yeah, check out Jennifer. Her content, not only with Jennifer's content, there's so many videos that she has and films. She makes movies, but check her out if you want to see what your TV can really do, and her level of music, photography. Her and I have shared messages back and forth. I just lose track of what she's talking about because her knowledge of film and photography is off the charts. I'm like, okay, sounds good. Techno Dad's talking smack. Nobody's plugging me. Nobody plugs me. But yeah, check out Jennifer. Jennifer's one of my favorite people. She's in Canada right now. It's been really hard there also, especially for filmmakers and people that were doing, live, they were doing, live performances basically in Canada. That whole industry basically died. So, I mean, really, really hard just from the filmmakers and everything else. IRL, Jean Claude TV review. These are the TV for you. I was watching what's it called? What was it? Bloodsport the other day. And Van Damme was just the way he talked back then. He was so smooth, right? And he was like he was like, we were talking about, he was playing Karate Champ with Ogre, the big guy, and he's like, aren't you a little bit old for video games? The way he spoke, he's like, don't do this one. I like, it was a Cyborg when he's all drunk. You guys remember, was that Cyborg? I'm sorry, Kickboxer. He's like, Diane. It's like, why this guy try to throw it to me? But the way he was always like this, and he was always like, oh my god, I want to be the best I can be for Tikana Ashidashi. Just answer the question. He's talking to the reporter, and he's like, don't you want to be the best reporter you want to be, right? And she says something, he goes, just answer the question. The way he said it is awesome. But yeah, back to Jennifer. Check out HDR Super channel and check out Jennifer Gala, and also check out my boy Techno Dad, who is down and out dancing the night away. Oh my god. Am I a Steven Seagal fan? I liked Steven Seagal back in the day, like it was above the law, but I was a Van Damme guy. JVCD or JCVD. If you watch that, You watch that. There's that scene where he was when he was doing that little monologue where he was talking and stop Pat McAfee. You ever do that on YouTube where you put something on a playlist and it ends up on your like favorite demos list? Anyway, good night, Corey. Yeah, check out Jennifer's channel. Also, check out the HCR Super channel too. I'll do a video on it. But the JVCD thing where he does this monologue where he's talking about all his failures, it'll bring tears to your eyes. Just YouTube it. It's amazing. But yeah, just answer the question. There was a Lionheart. You and Nicole, my only family. But I miss those action heroes, man. I miss Van Damme. Come on. Good morning. Let's see. Yeah, 2018 OLEDs are awesome. Oh, Terry, yeah. And Jennifer's got, yeah, she's talented. Check out her stuff. We are gonna do a video I already have coming. Again, is my favorite HCR demo material that I like to use, and one of them, obviously, I'll do a whole section just on Jennifer and the HCR Super channel. You guys check it out. I'll check it out IRL. All right, guys, we are in 3 hours, 5 minutes. Last call. Crypto. Yeah, dude, Van Damme, if you think about it, I have pictures like in high school. I have pictures of my prom where I'm like like he was, it's like he was just the man. He had that dance, Oh, Jesus. Just the way he talked. I mean, oh, jeez. So what was that Bloodsport? Yeah, Bloodsport. Just answer the question. Any chance that the 83 and C1 back to our regular scheduled programming? Any chance the 83 and C1 goes to 4,500 by Super Bowl or Prime Day? I don't know. How much is it now? I mean, I'm not like the rest of these dudes doing these price watch things every day. It may drop a little bit, but for me, man, I rather if it's a couple $100, Jake, I rather have it now. Oh, it's $5,000. I can find out for you. I can tell you when the price is going to drop. I know when it's going to. I mean, I'll have to get permission to tell you, but I can find out. Socrates, have ever tried? I have definitely done the Van Damme accent in bars. The Arnold one, I can't do. That's not going to get me any girls. So I'm not going to be like, "Good morning, how are you? Nice to meet you. Come on, let's leave. Come on, let's go. There's a bomb in there." Like, not really going to be. You know what I mean? Like, "Good morning. Can I buy you a drink? How are you?" Man, polymetal alloy. Uzi 9mm. I love Arnold. I miss Arnold. Yeah, I'm telling you, Joffrey, it's when he was in Kickboxer. He's like, Zen, why those guys try to hurt me? And Techno Dad, like Chun-Li, Jackson. He's like, I tried to break you, like I broke your friend. Yeah, I'll let you know, Jacob. I'll let you know if I think I'll ask and see if it's coming down a little bit, and then I'll talk about it. I'll let you know. Hit me up like in the next video you see me do. Just jump in that video. Jesus. I like Lionheart too. Lionheart was good. This is like, you and Nicole are my only family. The way Death Warrant too. Remember that one? Death Warrant. Van Damme. You can do the Van Damme. The Techno Dad, you gotta just shake it. Chun-Li is weak in the stomach. That's that whole movie. I get the part. Oh man, Chun-Li is weak in the stomach. He's like, if you remember, he's in the bar. He's a American asshole with the coin. He's like, we could handle this another way. What does he say? He goes, if I can take this out of your hand, he goes, if I can, she's yours. It's like, but we can handle this another way. Let's see. What I think of the X90J, what's a good value at 65 inches. That's a very good value. I like the X90J, Gary. Poor Gary, you must be jumping into the chat being like, isn't this the TV guy? What the hell is he talking about? Gary, the secret with the Sony X90J, the processing is very good. Muy bueno. HDMI 2.1 is fine. You're gonna love the design and it has great value. Check them out. Yeah, I should do my movie reviews or my TV reviews like that. Today we have the LG C1 83 inches. Is fantastic. Check them out. The X90J is a decent display, as I mentioned, but it's such a good value right now. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing. Yeah, I'll start doing. Because I go to value like I'll interview Robert, be like, "Good morning. Today's video is on the 75-inch X90J. Come on, hey!" Oh, wow. I really shouldn't be. I'm definitely not leaving this one as a video. Today, we're going to be comparing the Sony A80J OLED to the LG C1 at 75 inches to the 77 inches. Just answer the question. Which one you want? The dynamic tone mapping or the HGG on the Sony? Oh, man. Whew. So you know what's funny? I'm gonna share this with you guys. Last time I drank like this, well, not even banged up. I'm literally in my own house. Was last time I was chilling with Techno Dad in the city. That's how much I haven't got out. So yeah, you know what's funny? So even when I did the during the video, people are like, "What the hell is that?" Just answer the question. So if I do, all right, guys, tell me which one you want me to do, and I'll do it in Van Damme's voice. Yeah, when Robert be like, Robert, just answer the question. You want him to be the best TV I can be. Forticana, my Shidoshi. Yeah, Tony's. I was walking. When I was walking around the street. And Techno Dad, I'll tell you, I'm a big guy. When I'm out, your boy's not afraid. I'll do all this. I'll do all this crap around people. I'm always looking up. So I'm like, well, just answer the question. I'm in a bar, bouncers around. Oh my god. Oh, Cyborg. Yeah, remember Cyborg? Cyborg. I think in the beginning of Cyborg, that guy, the big guy, the villain, he's like, they want to find a cure. Why? I like. Oh, did he have good ones in that one? Cyborg. So he cut that dude's face. Oh, then just answer the question. She's yours. Anyway. Today we talk about mini LED technology. Do Rocky. I can do a little bit. How you doing? The best thing about Rocky, if you do my buddies and I used to do Rocky 3, when Mick dies. So he'd be like, Mick, that's the one. Mick, I can't do that no more. Yo palo. Oh Jesus, I almost lost all the comments. Yeah, I move side to side like a windshield wiper. It was a Rocky 5 when he's like, hey, Rock, you need some help? This ain't no pie eating contest. Terry 69 Dartman said he likes the mini LED technology. Adrian. That was funny. Oh my god. Okay, Mr. Mystery. Back to Mr. Mystery. Other question, but I am also a therapist originally from NYC, but in California. Now, how is therapy out there? Everyone is crazy here. Everyone is crazy here too, Mr. Mystery. But I'm not a real therapist. I just play one on TV. I do tech therapy. I am in the wellness field. I'm not a legit therapist, but thank you for being a therapist. I'm sure it's insane out there. If you want, so you're from NYC, you can actually go down in the chat, find Techno Dad. he's in California. But thank you for being a therapist, man. We need them. Definitely need them. Let's see. Poor Mr. He's like, damn, this guy was a real therapist. Is the grid issue still happening? It is. I mean, the grid issue is just an OLED problem right now. Oh, let's see. All right, 56. We're losing people the more your boy drinks. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We are, yeah, no doubt. Oh, no, Mr. Mystery, no doubt. It's not to be serious, but coming out of all this after a few years, it's definitely clearly. I mean, your boy's drinking Bacardis in front of a TV, acting like I'm out at a wedding. That's how much fun I'm having. But it really is an interesting time out there socially and for everything. It's crazy. Ali, I do not think that I don't think any of the Sony TVs are going to come out with H or VRR. I don't think they're ever going to put them put them out there. They're not going to come with VRR. They just started coming with Dolby Vision without an update. So I mean, it's going to be a while. Let's see, Tempo, Brian, what is the all about? What is the all about? What? Don't you saying to me? Talk to me. I used to have all the Van Damme lines. I can't remember them all now. Dion, why those guys try to hurt me? I love it Van Damme when he's a kickboxer and he's like, and he's literally shaking his at the tank top. You know, why those guys try to hurt me? Dion. when he's kicking the thing, and he's like telling his brother, Alex, Don, do this one. He was kicking the plaster was coming down. Don, do this one. Printed OLED hype. No, I don't care about that stuff. Oh, Mr. Mystery, if I could do a split, that would tear up both my hamstrings. Fred, trust me, do the 83-inch OLED is going to be hot. Oh, Corey, you've never seen Jennifer's channel? Yeah, just like and subscribe. What is this all about in the Van Damme voice? It's just a little bit of fun, Tempo, because we've done a lot of voices. He's probably like, what the hell is going on? I have a sense of humor about like Bloodsport, Socrates. Come on, bro. Kickboxer, Bloodsport. I remember the review for Kickboxer back in the day. It said it was a Van Damme shame. Then yeah, it was just something that I do, Temple. See, you guys got to get the you got to get the what's it called, the humor. I'm way more animated in real life, as Techno Dad would tell you. Mr. Mystery, first time hearing about Jennifer Gala in the HDR Super Channel. Check them out. That's her content behind me. And is she part of the TV crew? We're all a crew, but we try to keep things, the crew's singular. We all work together, but Jennifer is a good friend. She's not part of any crew. She's her own creator. Really, really amazing. Really, really amazing content. Cosmic One, how you doing, my friend? You guys remember with with Arnold and Conan the Destroyer when he's drunk? You guys remember that? He's like, learn to fight with a real weapon, not a toothpick. No, tell me if you guys remember Conan the Destroyer. Oh man, I need one person to tell me they remember Conan the Destroyer. Oh, okay, let's go back to the comments. Yeah, tell her I sent you, Core. Let's see. If you remember, he's like Conan's all drunk, and she's like putting the cream on him, and she's like asking about his girlfriend or his wife, and he's like, Valeria. He's like, Valeria, and then she goes, "Does nothing hurt you?" He goes, "Only pain." Terry, you gotta watch it. It's not a great film, but he's hysterical. But he's like drunk. He's like, "Does nothing hurt you?" He's like, "Only pain." He's like, Valeria. Shite. That's funny. All right, guys. Wow, we got over 3 hours. We are not trying to break the 4-hour mark tonight. 53 still in. Anybody else want to talk about anything before I bounce? Holy pain. Cyborg. Oh, jiggle all the way. MBJ, thank you for all you do, my friend. My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm glad you enjoyed it. This is probably your first live stream. I don't do a lot of them because I can't do them quick. I do them like 3 hours. So I'll definitely do more of them if you guys want them. You guys like watching them. I mean, we can talk about, I mean, I know tonight's, I don't really have an agenda when I do them as far as, I don't mean agenda. I mean, like, I don't have it set up like what I want to do. I just want to sit up here and chat with you. Like, cause I honestly, I'll get off of this tonight just knowing I spent time with, probably a few hundred people in total, 80 something people were in here at the same time. And it's just hanging out with a bunch of friends on a Saturday night. We're all tired. We're all, as Mr. Mystery had mentioned, you have a lot of people. I don't know about you guys, but, a lot of people are doing very personal inventories as far as how they feel about their own lives and their own friendships. And for me, I find that things can be very isolating. And by the time you get home, you're so exhausted that I'm sure many of you think about even turning on a film or a game and you're exhausted, so you're just like, you know what? We don't keep in touch as much. And for me, that's all YouTube is. It really is. My channel will always be what you see. That's why you won't see me get sponsored. And even you see me with Value Electronics, they've become very good friends, but they don't sponsor me. I cover them. They allow me to borrow some stuff. That's all it is. But they're friends. I spend time with them outside of what you see in videos. But if I was to get rid of YouTube, and believe me, all of us that do YouTube think about stopping. Every day we think about, it's too much time or whatever. But this is why I do YouTube. This is just to spend time with you guys, just to spend time chatting. How often are you going to bump into people that can joke about these movies? I wish that, what I really wish is that us doing, like the comments, I wish the comments had voices. You know what I mean? So I could hear you guys, because even doing these live streams with other YouTubers, it's really your voices I want to hear. We can talk about 8K and 4K and all that crap till the cows come home, but it's really this friendship. It's the stuff that we are passionate about, that we're all laughing about, that I think is, is great. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what I love. I don't know. Terry's I feel so special. Terry, don't try to be deep. Tell you my story, man. But I do feel, and that's why I don't like when YouTube gets super toxic and it makes you want to just walk away from it. So I just, when I put out a video, it's just friendship. You know what I mean? I'm just like, and when you guys see the video, the gaming video ones, I'm not really showing you, the game itself. I'm just like, it's like if back in the day when we were playing a game, you want to show each other the game. Oh, yeah, check this out. That's really all it is. That's really all it is. And the tech therapy videos are to show you that technology in regards to your life and anything that we do can devastate you. And what's funny about these TVs, when things go wrong, people say, well, it's just the TV, or it's just technology. But guys, that's not what it is. When you hear things saying, when you hear people say, real problems, those are real life problems. Look, guys, I mean, like, my history, my life, I've been through all kinds of crazy, terrible things. Things are good, but when you're so busy and there's so much going on, when you have a few moments and your TV dies or something, it's those little things that devastate you, because they're just supposed to work and they're supposed to provide a function so you can relax. Or like when you had, this whole thing with my basement and everything getting destroyed, it just took away a little safe place to hang out. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, when these things don't work, they do cause problems because they're on top of everything else. So when there was a cool quote on one of these memes that talked about when your pants get stuck on a hook or something, your belt loop gets stuck. It's never when you're having a good day. It's cumulative. It's these things that devastate us aren't just one terrible thing. It's a bunch of things combined. And when your technology doesn't work, or you find yourself distracted buying TVs, or that's when it gets hard. And that's when you can find yourself struggling. Bruce Carter, what's up? Bruce jumping in. Bruce is also a longtime member of the community. What's up, Bruce? Well, that's the thing, crypto, color, tech, is that when you buy these TVs, you put the money into them. It's not about them not performing well. It's about them having problems and the amount of time and money you've spent, that waste of time. It's not really, they don't live up to the expectations. It's just the time that we spend, which is just so valuable. It's so funny as my Surface Pro, my daughter dropped it. It's like totally correct. Let's see what else we got. All right, guys. All right, 3 hours, 25 minutes. We'll give it another 5. I said that an hour and 5 minutes ago. Anything you guys want to cover before I sign out? Johan 97005. Well, I continue to use my 83 and C1. Yes. I mean, I don't see any reason to upgrade it next year. I don't see anything I don't think the C1 was really better than the CX. So, yeah, it'll probably remain. The A80J is not going anywhere. That one will be there. But if I switch it out, it'll just be because there's nothing wrong with it. I would just need something else for the channel. But then I have all the panels from next year from Value Electronics will be here. So I'll be covering them. I had the opportunity to bring home almost every major TV that was available this year. But like I said, there was so much content being done by other channels, it just wasn't worth doing. So I didn't bring home a lot of them, and which is a tough thing. Mr. Mystery, who was a therapist in California, said that was very eloquent. Everyone is on edge now. Being able to relax and escape is necessary for mental health. And I completely agree, Mr. Mystery. And on the channel, that's why when you go to relax, it's devastating when it doesn't work. It's then you're like, oh man, I just want to sit and I just want to chill. I only had, it's like when I was playing Battlefield the other day and I couldn't get on a match and I was doing this and uninstalling and I look over and it was like 3 hours and I was furious. I was like, wow, I spent 3 hours of my time. Not time is money, but I could have been relaxing, or I could have been in the gym. I could have been going for a walk. I could have watched something. Instead, I'm playing with a game that wasn't finished and had issues or whatever. So my advice in a tech therapy sort of way, if you're finding you can't figure something out, your PC, your TVs, your best thing to do is after a set amount of time, you look at that clock, then just back away. Back away, shut it off, power it off, unplug it, walk away from it, just leave it for the day. And that's really the way to do it. Just give yourself a break. Hi, David. How are you? Let's see. And like for me with YouTube, guys, I bought a new camera. I have a new camera. I can do all this editing and everything else. But for me, I have Surface Pros. I have all this different technology. And the more I want to polish up the channel, like the more it looks like everybody else's channel. So I'm like, nah, oh, it's Arnold and Predator. Talk about the perfect film. Predator. Come on, kill me. I'm here. Come on. When that assassins. What a perfect film, Predator. Talk about original Predator, right? Horror movie. Sci-fi horror. And yes, you had that big dumb 80s stick around, It hadn't gotten to be too much at that point. Stick around. It wasn't. He wasn't full into that throw mama from the train thing yet, but you know, what a perfect movie. And then you look at the other Predators. I mean, Predator 2 definitely has its place. Shit happens, but it's, oh my God. But it was so, and what's so amazing about Predator, I'll tell you this. Predator, what's incredible is that he gets totally trounced at the end of the movie. He doesn't come back and beat the Predator. He doesn't start like, He literally is like, oh, he's getting punched in the face. If you see the face he makes when he gets hit, he's like, oh. And when he's running away, he's like, and then he just literally, ends up dropping the thing on him, and then that's how he wins. There was no like, but what a amazing film. I mean, like Apollo. I remember one night we were out, me and my buddies were out again in high school, or right after high school, and there was a party like in the woods, and one of my boys, this is the best thing about all of us talking about movies, and I'm like, where is this place? And he's like, over there, beyond them trees. I was talking about Predator. Over there, beyond them trees. Like Apollo, Carl Weathers. Oh, Commando. Oh my God, it's another one. Come on, Sully. This is my weak arm. He was jacked in that film. Stick around. Let's see. A little bit of Van Damme was originally, he was supposed to be Predator. Can you imagine? Van Damme was like 5'6". Come on. The guy that I can forget the actor that played in Predator. He was actually in Harry and the Hendersons, and he was also in Predator 2. And he died of AIDS, I believe, blood transfusion. But the way he like embodied there's that scene when Arnold is like, "Come on," and he's like, "Ah!" You're like, "Holy!" Every other Predator movie, you can tell a guy in the suit is like my size. This dude was like 6'9", 7 feet tall, and he just literally when he takes the wood, the log, and he hits his arm and he blocks it, you're like, oh my God, dude is scary as hell. Low to high. Did I keep the HCA9s? I did. I bought them. Yeah, they were I bought those. They're expensive, don't lie. And I bought the subwoofer that goes with it. So what's so funny is my daughter dropped my Surface Pro. There's like a crack in it. And right now all your comments are like jumping around. So if this thing just abruptly stops, and I know what you guys are doing. All right, I know what you're doing. You got your boy at 3 hours 31 minutes. You want me to go 4? You want me to do 4? No, I don't know why you hang out with anybody for 4. But then again, if we were out, 4 hours is nothing. Now everybody knows what the Van Damme thing is about. Yes, please. What is this all about in Van Damme voice? What is this all about? Don. Trying to think. I had so many. Do you guys remember? What was he? No Retreat, No Surrender. Oh my God, that was when he was like he played like a Russian villain when they were all doing the Russian villain things. The HCA9, I love this. I love them. You know what's funny about them? They're like a bunch of Alexas, and I still have to hide them. My wife does not want them to be seen, but I thought they're really good. The sub is a beast. The bigger sub, not the little one, the bigger one, is an absolute beast. Yeah, I mean, like Johan, when it comes to like Spider-Man, I guess that's cool. I mean, I guess that's cool to have them come back, the nostalgia, but I'm just over the superhero thing, man. I'm just over. I liked Garfield and Toby was back in the day, but the HCA9s, Bruce, I have them in my living room paired with the A80J. The 80J at 77 is a center channel. I love them. And what's so funny, guys, talking about the Spider-Man thing, why leak that? Why not have that be organic and just show it in a freaking movie? Now I know it's coming. Terminator 2. You know what's funny? I'm going to disagree. Cyborg, I'll disagree with you there, but definitely Terminator 2, one of the best sequels of all time, perhaps surpassing the original. But for me, Terminator 1, when I saw that movie as a kid, horror movie. And the scene when he's beating up the dude from Top Gun, and he's like, he punches the pillow. He's like, whoa. He's like, don't make me mess you up, man. He has like the lamp. When he's fighting Arnold and she's out there with the headphones on, like eating celery and peanut butter and fluff, when she comes into the hallway and he falls through the door, when you see Arnold's face, when he opens the door and he's like, he just has that like look, yo, that was scary. I mean, that was scary. There wasn't no hasta la vista, baby, you know. But even Arnold did do that again, if you remember in T2. Also, when he came out of the elevator and Sarah Connor, and he just looked at her. But I loved him as the Terminator, the evil Terminator, because it was this horror. It was a horror film, and it was like pulled away and. You know, but T2, obviously, I like T1 better, but T2, masterpiece. And then but then again, as much as I love Arnold, he doesn't need to be in those films. There should have been, I'll give you an example. If you guys watch Animatrix, they had those shorts, and one of them was the fall of how the Matrix began. And what it shows is how the robots approach the UN and tried to look for equality. And it had a little bit of Runaway from Tom Selleck. It had a little bit of iRobot in it, where the robots were slaves and they wanted the equality. And then they forced it. And then it shows like a bunch of protesters and the robots trying to be human. It was very powerful. Give me that movie. I don't need Arnold in that film. As much as I love him, I don't need to see him talking about the drapes and I'm of a great, I don't need to see that. I love him. Stay immortal, bro. But you could have done this whole thing about how Cyberdyne, yeah, took over and they became self-aware. Not the part from part 3, but being self-aware. I mean, when you watch or you watch that part, do me a favor, guys. All your homework. Check out Animatrix. I think it's on HBO Max now. But look at the fall of the civilization. You'll see how that's an amazing story. And it talks about how the humans blocked the sun to shut down the robots. And unbelievable. That's a movie we need. But you don't need to have any beautiful guy or girl in it. Just put real people in it. You don't need to have The Rock in there fighting. You don't need that. That story's about soldiers losing. I had that Starship Troopers thing where everybody kind of runs in. And, that's what we need. You don't have to have, come on. Oh, Mr. Mystery, when he's in the bar and think about this, Mr. Mystery just touched on something I thought was fantastic. We got 45 people in here. People are leaving as your boy just blabbers on. Mr. Mystery said, best part of T1 is when Reese and the Terminator are both colliding when they're in the bar trying to get Sarah. What's cool about that scene is you hadn't seen 5 million trailers of Reese being the hero. At that time in the film, you kind of still have, not really know what Reese is doing, right? There were some of the flashbacks, but they didn't have him in the trailer. And there's that mystery. Who is that? And if you remember, he was like looking, across the bar, and then they attack each other. And it was like Arnold's character was surprised to see him there. And then even as they get into the police station, they immediately take him, they separate him. Fantastic. No cute kids needed. No rock. No comedy. It's a dark film. It's supposed to be. Wisecracking like Stranger Things when the mall is being attacked by, the KGB and there's an alien biting your leg off. Stupid. To me, it's stupid. It's something I can't, I like, Crypto color highlights. I do watch boxing. I'm not a big fan of boxing currently. I think Porter and Crawford is a good fight. It should be Porter and Spence right now. UFC is absolutely destroying boxing right now, just because these guys actually fight each other in the UFC. Boxing, you should have seen Spence and Crawford 3 years ago. Yeah, IRL. Michael Biehn is awesome. Michael Biehn also in Tombstone and also in The Rock, but one of his best performances is in The Abyss. Great in The Abyss. He looks like Freddie Mercury, but he's out there. He's got the cabin fever. He's really kind of struggling, but he really, really cool character. Look at Rick talking smack. I forgot about The Rock. Gears of War movie, The Rock, Marky Mark, and Chris Pratt. That's probably going to be real. Like, I really need to see that dude in another franchise. And I know you guys probably love him. I love The Rock back in Rundown. And was it Walking Tall? I liked him, but just too much of him. Too much. Zach McFarland, good evening. I've heard you say in the past you stop updating your TV after a certain time. When do you plan to stop updating the A80J? I already have. So my 80J is actually offline. So is the C1. Well, they're not offline, but I don't update them anymore. Because my 80J is mine at 77, so I won't sacrifice it for VRR or whatever it is. I'll wait till until it's proven before I update. The C1's done updating, and this one's a Evo panel, the 83 inch. So I really don't want them, taking the brightness away. Absolutely, Bruce. The promoters, even look at the Manny Pacquiao Floyd Mayweather. I mean, that fight would have been phenomenal. Would have been phenomenal when it was supposed to, right? You look at Floyd Mayweather. By the time he actually fought Manny had already been knocked out by Marquez, and absolutely no reason to see him that fight. That fight, by the time Manny fought Floyd, he'd already been knocked out cold. That fight was never going to be. You should have seen the Manny that beat Cotto and Hatton. That fighter should have fought Floyd Mayweather. Oh, thank you, Zach. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it, man. Hamza, who are your favorite UFC fighters right now? My favorite UFC fighter right now is probably Hamza, Dustin Poirier, Max Holloway. Love him. I'm not a big Conor McGregor guy just because it reminds me too much of the toxicity that we see every day. I don't like seeing people troll each other. So I love being, fighting, and I don't mind talking smack, but I love the respect at the end of fights and seeing these dudes just be so toxic. It just reminds me of the crap that we see every day in life. I don't need to see just Twitter wars and people be toxic. Just go out there and fight, man. Nothing's more honest than two dudes fighting. And then the camaraderie they see after. They don't even have to like each other, but that respect they pay is very, very important to me. And the trolling thing, I can't stand. Absolutely can't stand it. Oh, Fred, Dave Bautista wants. I would see Bautista doing the Gears of War film. But the Gears of War film, what you need to do is you need to go back to Marcus. And just where they're going with the girl that was in this one, terrible. I mean, like the Gears of 5, just listening. I know we're all about putting women in everything now. Love women, clearly, but you're putting him in everything now, and it doesn't fit. I don't want to play as her. I want to play as, was it JT and Marcus? I don't want to play as her. Who's she? So I gotta stop doing that. It was such a good, such a good character, Marcus. You don't need to do that. Zach, very kind of you to do the super chat. It's very nice of you. They're not necessary, but I really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, my friend. Really, really nice of you. Thank you for being part of the community. Crawford is too much for Porter. Absolutely. Porter is way too aggressive and jumps in with his face, and he actually he smothers his own shots, and he fights with his chin all the way up, and he's just wild. His prime was when he beat Paulie. He looked unbeatable, but then after that, all he does is he squares up. Everything is square. and he just throws punches like this. And I think Crawford stops him, Bruce. I think Crawford stops him. I like Porter a lot, but it just to him and his dad isn't good as his trainer because he hasn't evolved at all. All right, guys. Wow, 3 minutes, 3 hours. Dude, my Surface Pro is so fuzzy right now, I can barely see the screen. 3 hours, 44 minutes. You guys want to do the 4? You guys want to do the 4? Let's see. Mr. Mystery, I do not. On the QD OLED, I don't. I mean, I think it's going to be probably the next leap if they get the color volume up, but they're going to have to show me. I'm in the heavyweight division, so everything you see behind me is 83, 77. So I can't really be an early adopter to those because they're not going to be big enough. So you might see me bring one home from Value Electronics, but as far as me owning one, no. And you know what, Mr. Mystery, when it comes to technology, I know me and Bruce Carter have talked about this in the past. You got to show me real application. You know, even with 10-bit panels, 12-bit panels, let me know what's going to be in 12-bit. Let me know how that's really going to show. We had Dolby Vision way before there was Dolby Vision content, and we have 8K way before there's any 8K content. Talk about Sean Porter leading with your face. That's leading with your face. You know, I had the Q900R from Value Electronics for 6 or 7 months, and it was amazing that I really didn't want to watch it all that much. It didn't look that good. You know, 83, Bruce, right behind you. '83, look at it. Ugh. It's actually touching the ceiling. Ugh. Come on, Bruce. 83. Ah. Yeah, Mr. Mystery. The problem with LEDs, though, is you do end up with those. They call them jail bars. You know, with LEDs and local dimming. Chevali Abi. Sorry, I can't read. My screen's bouncing around. Hey, Bri, what's 1,000 nits of brightness in your opinion? I mean, when LG OLED guys think 1,000 nits is enough, when does I guess you mean in regards to OLEDs becoming 1,000 nits? To me, and we've had these conversations before, and a lot of us have talked about it. This imaginary, we need 4,000 nits, 3,000 nits. I've wanted it more than anyone. And I really don't see the need for it. To me, contrast ratio is absolutely king. So OLEDs, what's made OLEDs so great is the 700 nits, 800 nits, whatever it may be. It's the contrast ratio that catches your eye. Seeing the brightest TVs ever made, I've spent time with them. It doesn't really lead to great picture quality at times. It can end up blooming a lot. You know, so I don't really see them trying to get there. I think 700, 800 is plenty bright. The TV behind you, it doesn't dim. I mean, it's brighter because of the camera, but you know, it's even the A90J, the specular highlights on that are better, but I don't really but I don't really think we need to push them to get them brighter unless we can manage the contrast ratio. So I don't think that's overly necessary. But 1,000 nits, I think it was always about getting 4,000 or whatever. I don't think they're necessary to get that. Zig 8100, thank you so much for the super chat. Again, very nice of you guys. They're not necessary if you guys have never been with me before. Super chats are not something you have to do. Very nice. You appreciate it, but I'll answer your question anyway. Having to support both last gen and new gen consoles is holding back the new consoles. They need to stop. You know what? You're not wrong, Zig. Here's where you're half right, half wrong. You're right that in order to push the envelope, they need to move up. They need to separate. I get that 100%. But they could still offer higher resolution in a cleaner image without leaving them behind. So you could, in theory, have a cleaner game like a PC. If you have the horsepower, you should be able to have 4K 60. So even though I know what you're saying, they are being held back by not being able to get creative, but power wise, they're not going to be able to do 4K 60 anyway. They're just not powerful enough. I mean, just to do true native, clean 4K 60. And I know we've always said that with these consoles, hey, they're not even beginning to tap into them. Yes and no. I mean, they get better with them. They learn tricks to make it better. But as far as raw horsepower, they're really struggling. But what's funny is even the GPUs now, 3090, a lot of these are struggling too. They're not getting 4K 60. Now that's more due to optimization, but it's we should 4K 60 is the goal. And even Bruce was part of that conversation back with we were talking about the gaming. I said back then that 8K was impossible and 4K 60 would be a dream. I had hoped that. No, they can't. They really can't do it. You know, Mr. Walker, you're not wrong with the new codecs upscaling technologies. You're right, but that's not native. Upscaling technologies that you're talking about, DLSS, Fidelity FX, all those, they're phenomenal. But I'll tell you, having a TV that is large, each one of those technologies has artifacting. So let's just say something like, you know, this screen has its imperfections, correct? When you add different processing mixed with the screen itself, mixed with what the TV's trying to do and the console, checkerboard rendering was a good example of that. Yes, it gave you 4K looking material. It also gave you severe banding. It also gave you cross hatching. If you've played native 4K gaming on computers, it's clean. It's clean on these panels. I played Doom 4K 60 on my 900E, no problems. It was clean, no DSC, nothing. A lot of what we watch that brings out those flaws is the source. And when we talk about those technologies, and Mr. Walker, I totally understand. That's not 8K 120. That's DLSS processed up conversion. That's not, I'm talking about native. A lot of you guys have never seen native 4K. A lot of the content we're watching in these games is not native 4K. Most of it is up conversion. We should be past that now. And to even make another comparison, when the Xbox One launched and the PS4 launched, the goal was 1080p 60, if you guys remember. We had 1080p for how many years without a capable console to really do 1080p? I think PS5 had like one game, or not PS5, I'm sorry, PS3 had one 1080p title. By the time we, with our 360s, that was HD, but it wasn't 1080p. Then all of a sudden, but we're saying the same thing though, Mr. Walker, with PS4 Pro. Yes, checkerboard rendering was a great tool, but it had its artifacting. Now you might not notice it on a smaller panel, but I'm telling you, on something like this, you're going to notice it. I can give you an example. If you have a PS4 Pro, go to Resident Evil 7, okay, and play that intro scene where he pulls up in the car and he gets out of the car and it's all the leaves and he closes the door. On the PS4 Pro, there's hexagons all over the screen. On the PC, it's clean. Look at the screen and move, and you'll see banding. On the same TV, on the Series X, when it was up converted on the Xbox One X, it was gone. We shouldn't, DLSS and those things are great for being more optimized, for being, being better, but you got to work on native to make it clean. And we've been fed 8K for years simply because we thought we'd have 8K content. And these games should be native 4K. You should have your fidelity mode should be 4K 60. Your performance mode should be 1440p. What we're seeing now is a bunch of 1440p games on 4K TVs. And I'm going to say this not like a jerk, but this is the part that bothers me, Mr. Walker. This is the part that bothers me. So many people bought these 8K TVs. Myself, having a 4K TV playing Forza Horizon 3 with HDR, I was shocked at how bad it looked because I was playing 10. No, let me go back to the Xbox story. I was playing 900p, everyone. The PC generation has been playing 1080p for 15 years. Longer than that. In the meantime, we were playing 900p. The One X and the PS4 Pro gave us what we should have had at launch. I did a side-by-side comparison with Battlefield 4 on the Xbox One and Battlefield 4 on the PC, and it's hysterical. The anti-aliasing is so bad on Battlefield, it's like this. You can see like lines moving everywhere. So for us guys, what I'm looking for is clean, right? When I'm even playing Battlefield right now, it's amazing. That game looks next gen. The game is a mess and has no content, but that game feels next gen to me because you're running in this group of 120 people. Ratchet and Clank looks fantastic. There's a lot of games that look great, but they need to be 4K 60. Halo needs to be 4K 60. It doesn't need to be I don't want 1440p, not at 83. But now what PS5 is doing is different. PS5 is the way they're doing things. Miles Morales and Spider-Man, I don't care what they're doing. It looks phenomenal. Absolutely, Cryptos. Yeah, the 380, absolutely. All right, guys, we got 5 more minutes to give us 4 hours. And then this Surface Pro has got to go in the garbage because I almost can't even see myself. But being old enough, as many of us are, I want to be wowed. I want to be wowed. I remember when Doom 2016 came back, I was like, wow. Wow. And Doom Eternal was fine. But Doom Eternal felt like a video game, and Doom 2016 felt like I was playing this experience. I didn't need some arrows showing me where to go in the game. Do you follow me? When I'm playing Doom Eternal, I can see a big block with an arrow on it. And I'm like, okay, I got to hit that. Don't hold my hand. Metro Exodus was phenomenal. It was hard because it didn't feel like you were playing a video game. There wasn't all these indicators, go here, go there. So, all right, Mr. Mystery. Unfortunately, we can get to that graphical level because so many can't even. That's the issue. But if you remember, thank you, David. Have a good night, brother. If you remember Mr. Mystery, that's where the marketing department and the technology department have to come together. But if we're really being honest, if you were going by gaming, many people would have been fine with their 1080p TVs. And there'd be no reason to upgrade from 4K HDR, which everybody in this chat has. In reality, other than size, most of you would be totally fine with what you have. 8K is a good number to go get. 8K. 1440p would not have been a good way to sell TVs. I would have loved to have a 1440p TV at 65 inches. I would have been like, wow, sign me up. 120 hertz. I mean, once you get 120 hertz, it's incredible how smooth it is. When you drop to 60, though, you can still have 60 and have it smooth. You can still have 30 and it'll be smooth. It doesn't have to be fast. Do you follow me? Now in the games I'm playing now, when I drop it to 60, it's like this. I'm like, why is it stuttery? I have VRR, I got all the G-Sync, FreeSync, I got all the in-sync. It shouldn't be stuttery. Smooth. But you're sold people these consoles, and these people even have these consoles. Yeah. Which is a travesty, because by the time half the people get consoles, they'll be doing the mid-gen thing. and it's ridiculous. All right, where we at? In PC gaming, guys, I have a GTX 1080 Ti. The thing's an absolute beast. Still a beast. And when I was gonna jump to 2080, I'll never forget, it was like $2,500. All the crypto stuff was out of control. And all of a sudden I couldn't get it. And then I remember they released a 3070 at like a quarter of the price, and it outperformed it. And I'm like, talk about cutting the legs out of your clientele. And then you can't get it. And then you can't get a CPU. And then you can't get. So what I did, and I recommend you guys do this, if it gets to be too challenging, just keep it. It's like you see with the car market right now. You want to buy a new car, you can't find a new car. They want to kill you for the price. If you don't need a new car, don't buy. Just step back. Take the power back and say, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm not going to bother with that. All right, guys, we have hit, are we 4 hours? Yeah, we are hitting the 4-hour mark. It is 9:38. We got on at 5:30. My monitor starting up. All right, guys, this is where I will say good night to you. We did 4 hours again. Now, a tradition that I have with my live streams is that before I say goodbye, what I'd like a good Amani to do is before you sign out, just say good night. Tony Z, what's up? My pleasure, Mr. Mystery. Just on the way out, say goodbye. We'll give it another 5 minutes of good nights. Fred, just answer the question. Fred, 215, just answer the question. Good night, Rick. Soup, what's up? Good night. Just answer the question. Crypto, color, lights, good night. Terry, good night, my friend. Happy birthday Monday, bro. Thanks, Bruce. Have a great night. Mr. Mystery, keep it up, man. Keep taking care of people, man. Don't ever lose sight of how important your job is. I know it's got to be really, really hard, but really do not lose sight of how much people rely on that. Royal Boyle, what's up? Have a great night, my friend. Tony, I'll see you at CES. If you see me, say what's up. Fred, just answer the question. All right, 43 left. Come on, just answer the question. What we got? Socrates, good night, bro. MB, good night. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Good night, RL. Hasta la vista. Good night. Come on. John Machi, I would. I would definitely do that. I don't know. Where is it? I'll look it up. That's a good idea. I don't know if they'll let me film in there. That's the only problem, John. Good night, Berman. I agree, Drew. All right, guys, my monitor is about to die. Have a great night. Thank you so much for watching. JS, I'm glad your TV got updated. Love you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being thank you so much for being part of the community, part of the family. Have a great night, guys. Have an amazing Thanksgiving. I will see you guys in the next video. Love you guys. 34 of you left. Thank you so much again. Much love. Good night. Take care.